Good morning. Dobro utro. It's so good to see you again in physical presence. So it's so nice that you found your way to Skopje. We are very honored to welcome all our distinguished guests, participants, and contributors for today's Western Balkans Ministerial Conference on Public Administration Reforms. Our motto today is inspiring public sector transformation, public services custom-made to citizens and to businesses. Dear Mr. Prime Minister, dear ministers across the region, dear representatives of EU institutions, dear representatives of OECD Sigma and RESPA, dear ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps you are aware that we are today celebrating the International Day of Democracy, which was initiated by the United Nations in the year 2007. So our conference today will definitely help to celebrate the power and the diversity of democratic institutions across the region. At the beginning, just one organizational hint. So this conference is all about networking. So you may wonder, when do we have the first coffee break so that I can meet my fellow ministers, state secretaries, or other participants? So that's why we have provided this QR link and code. You can scan it, and there you can find, once again, our agenda with the coffee breaks and lunch breaks, most important, to exchange and to network, but also the list of participants and all the photos of our today's event. Stakeholder-centered governance and putting citizens' needs first, along with all aspects of transparency, strong political leadership are needed to improve efficiency, performance, and the overall success of public administration and the digitalization agenda. A lot of achievements and positive developments can be witnessed in the region. In order to highlight these achievements, RESPA and OECD Sigma put on this Western Balkans Ministerial Conference on Public Administration Reforms. Definitely the highlight will be the Western Balkans Public Administration Award for the year 2020-22, which will take place at 12 o'clock here on this stage. The goal of this conference is to show and to encourage exchange and good practices for changing public administration and putting reforms, recovery, and growth into action. Today, we have the honor that we have many high-level politicians, administrators, and reform practitioners with us that will report on changing the public administration and the civil service, and also reflect on how to better cooperate and how to exchange and share experiences. At this stage, I would like to invite already our participants for the opening reflections. I would like to invite the Prime Minister of North Macedonia, Dimitar Kovacevski. Please join us here on the stage. We have Admirim Adliti, the Minister of Information Society and Administration from North Macedonia. Please join us also here on the stage. Perfect. So we have two colleagues joining us online. So we have Mathieu Bousquet, Acting Director of the Directorate Thematic Support Coordination of Policy and Financial Instruments of DG NEAR of the European Commission, and hopefully technology works. Yeah, I see already Mathieu. So online via the Zoom link, we have Maja Hančiska Trentafilova, the Director of the Regional School of Public Administration, and we have Gregor Viron, Head of OECD Sigma. Hello, Gregor. I also see you online with us on this stage. And I would like to invite the Prime Minister with his opening reflection.
Добро утро на сите, good morning, guten Morgen. Веројатно има и на германски некој зборува тука како е министерска конференција. Почитувани колеги, представници од владите на земјите од Западен Балкан, почитувани представници на меѓународните организации, експерти, почитувани учесници и почитувани гости на оваа значајна конференција. Ми представува големо задоволство што сум денес дел од оваа значајна конференција која представува извонредна можност за дискусија и размена на искуства и ефективни практики кои ќе придонесат за трансформација на јавната администрација. Да бидам искрен, оно што очекував на почеток на една ваква администрација е прво некакво истражување кое што ќе покаже колку корисниците на услугите на јавната администрација се задоволни од тие услуги. Меѓутоа, веројатно во текот на конференцијата и такво нешто ќе има, бидејќи ако немате основа врз основа на која што го мерите перформансот на нешто, тогаш е многу тешко да зборувате за зголемување на ефикасност, за развој и за унапредување на било која работа. Реформата на јавната администрација представува еден од клучните приоритети и е важен предуслов во процесот на европската интеграција на Република Северна Македонија. Таа е опфатена во првиот кластер, основи, кој е пак од суштинско значење за динамиката на целиот преговарачки процес. Токму денес започнува билатералниот скрининг помеѓу Северна Македонија и Европската Унија, и тоа на денот на демократијата. После 17 години чекање во чекалната на Европската Унија, конечно започнаа преговорите за Северна Македонија со Европската Унија. Јас вчера имав состанок со Коела комитетот со 27-те представници на земјите членки, на кои што практично започнавме со деталниот скрининг во кој што ќе можеме да ги идентификуваме точно точките кои што ќе треба да се унапредат во процесот на преговори со Европската Унија. Суштинско значење на преговорите значи унапредување на сите сервиси кои што се даваат на граѓаните, бидејќи сега ќе увидиме сите она што го повторуваа политичарите во изминатите 3 децении, дека реформите ги правиме заради себе, а не заради друг, колку ќе биде значајно сите реформи да се направат од аспект на унапредување на услугите кои што ги даваме на граѓаните. А тие граѓани се тие кои што ја плаќаат јавната администрација. Кога ќе кажеме даночен обврзник, тоа значи некој кој што платил услуга од јавната администрација. Кога ќе кажеме ефикасност, обично услугите се делат, се евалуираат врз основа на задоволството на корисниците. А тоа се тие кои што ги плаќаат услугите. А задоволството се мери кои се очекувањата на граѓаните, на тие кои што ги плаќаат услугите, споредено со она што го добиваат. Доколку услугата која што ја добиле е помала од очекувањата, тогаш тие се незадоволни. Ако услугата е поголема од и задоволството од тоа што го очекувале, тогаш и задоволството е поголемо. И не постои друг начин тоа да се измери. Северна Македонија постави добри основи и остварува напредок во овој сегмент, што е нотирано и во извештајот на Европската комисија, извештајот спроведениот мониторинг од страна на Сигма, како и заклучоците на специјалната група за реформи на јавната администрација во 2021 година. Овие документи, покрај тоа што даваат реална слика и објективна слика на постигнатиот напредок, детектираат и области кои бараат дополнителни реформи со цел усогласување со стандардите на Европската Унија. Со динамично темпо се справуваме со предизвиците што се пред нас, не само во насока на официјално започнување на преговорите за пристапување кон Европската Унија, туку и во континуираната заложба за обезбедување модерна и ефикасна јавна администрација, базирана на дигитализација, која обезбедува квалитетни и брзи услуги за граѓаните и компаниите. Клучниот збор во денешниот свет е дигитализацијата. Дали сме направиле доволно на полето на дигитализацијата, после цела една деценија, а може би и 2 децении од воведувањето на првите ERP системи во светот, не сум убеден. И затоа сметам дека напорот треба да биде во што поголемата дигитализација на јавната администрација. Поголемата дигитализација истовремено значи зголемување на ефикасноста, намалување на бројот на вработени, меѓутоа истовремено менување на квалитативната структура на вработените. Ќе требаат вработени кои што се повеќе обучени, ќе треба вработени кои што имаат поголеми дигитални вештини, кои што познаваат повеќе јазици. На тој начин администрацијата ќе стане поатрактивно место за вработување на попроминентни млади кадри кои што завршуваат на универзитетите. Истовремено намалувањето на човечкиот фактор, изголемувањето на дигитализацијата, односно намалувањето на бројот на точки на директен контакт помеѓу луѓе ја намалува и корупцијата. Дигитализацијата влијае на зголемување на ефикасноста, на намалување на трошоците, на зголемување на приходите и на намалување на корупцијата. И тоа се целите кои што треба да се остварат со зголемување на, односно со реформи на јавната администрација. Дигитализацијата сама по себе не е исклучиво техничко-технолошки процес, туку е и општествен процес. И препознавајќи ја значајноста на истата, како влада ја продолжуваме силната политичка посветеност на процесот на дигитализација. Кога велам дека е општествен процес, велам од лично искуство. Јас сум учествувал во 3 сериозни процеси на дигитализација и на менеджмент промени во големи системи, каде што прво дигитализацијата значи промена. Промената секогаш предизвикува немир кај вработените, било каква промена. Меѓутоа, после првичното неприфаќање, секогаш доаѓа период на прифаќање и на посветеност на сите што побрзо таа да се заврши. Меѓутоа, за тоа треба силно лидерство и за тоа треба многу напорна работа и затоа го поттикнувам министерот за информатичко општество, кој што по вокација е информатичар, и сите негови колеги од таа област, тој процес што повеќе да го забрзаат. Иако поради пандемијата бевме соочени со големи предизвици, врзани со спроведувањето на стратегијата за реформа на јавната администрација, сепак процесот на реформата не запре. Нашите напори сите овие години и покрај околностите доведоа до подобрување на ефикасноста, транспарентноста и лесната достапност на јавната администрација. Оваа заболжба беше препознаена од граѓанскиот сектор, кој ја рангираа владата како институција на прво место според активната транспарентност. И оценката беше 100%. Тоа значи дека сите информации кои што можело и требало да бидат достапни на јавноста, биле доставени до јавноста на целосен увид во секое време. Тоа мене лично ми дава мотив да останеме посветени на реформскиот процес, но и на унапредување на сегментите кои што ќе овозможат поефикасна администрација, која ќе одговори на потребите на граѓаните. Во оваа насока Министерството за администрација и информатичко општество подготвува нов 8-годишен стратешки документ за реформа на јавната администрација, а Советот за реформа на јавната администрација продолжува да работи со континуирана политичка посветеност за остварување на заложбата за ефикасна, продуктивна и професионална јавна администрација. Создавањето на таква администрација е наша обврска и ние активно работиме на унапредување на условите за непречена комуникација со граѓаните. Нашите политики ги креираме на инклузивен начин преку почитување на ставовите на граѓаните и во соработка со граѓанските организации и клучните секторски реформи. Од тие причини со моето учество на оваа конференција сакам да ја потенцирам важноста на реформата на јавната администрација, но и посветеноста на владата на овој процес, кој што е од голема важност за нашата земја. Во таа смисла особено е значајно да се вклучат сите оние кои се занимаваат со остварување на цели од јавен интерес, сите оние кои имаат компетенции, знаење и ентузијазам и кои се клучни за унапредување на демократските вредности на нашата земја, за унапредување на реформските процеси и унапредување и забрзување на процесот на пристапување во Европската унија. Ја користам денешната прилика исто така и да ги охрабрам сите засегнати страни, активно да ги користат сите институционални и консултативни механизми за соработка, донаторската заедница и другите заинтересирани страни, со цел да работиме на унапредување на клучните секторски реформи и унапредување на потенцијалот на нашето општество. Денес не можам да не спомнам пред што е исправена Северна Македонија, регионот, меѓутоа и цела Европа, а тоа е најголемата енергетска и економска криза која што ја имаме после Втората светска војна. Гледаме дека сите граѓани се подготвуваат за оваа тешка зима, се подготвуваат компаниите. Јас секој ден имам состаноци со председателите на стопанските комори, со членовите на нивните управни одбори, со колегите од регионот, со цел да можеме заеднички да се справиме со она што не очекува за 2 до 3 недели од денес. Меѓутоа морам да потенцирам дека и јавната администрација и воопшто јавниот сектор во државата има голема исто така одговорност и улога во тоа. Денес клучниот збор е штедење и обезбедување на електрична енергија. Сите вработени, сите раководители во јавната администрација мора да бидат одговорни и како во своја фирма или како во свое семејство да се однесуваат и во јавниот простор во кој што работат, кој што е платен од даночните обврзници. Бидејќи на крајот на денот тие даночни обврзници ќе ги плаќаат субвенциите за електрична енергија кои што владата ги дава на граѓаните и на енергетските компании. Меѓутоа и тие даночни обврзници ќе треба исто така преку плаќањето на даноците, преку плаќањето на придонесите, утре да ги враќаат кредитите преку државата кои што сега сите држави ги земаат за да можат да се справат со енергетската криза. На крајот би сакал да се заблагодарам на нашите партнери и поддржувачи во процесот на реформа на јавната администрација и тоа пред се на Сигма, РЕСПА, Европската Унија, представувана преку Европската делегација во Северна Македонија, останатите меѓународни заедници, организации, како и граѓанското општество. Тие се наша сериозна поддршка во процесот на унапредување на состојбите во администрацијата, помагајќи преку конкретни проекти, компаративни искуства и успешни примери од други земји во делот на реформите, дигитализацијата на услугите, но и во делот на доброто владење. Продолжуваме активно и посветено да работиме на реформските процеси во соработка со сите засегнати страни, со цел што поефикасна администрација, сервис за граѓаните, но и остварување на стратешките цели на државата со полноправно членство во Европската Унија. Ви благодарам.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. Please stay with us on the stage, and I would like to invite Admirim Adliti, the Minister of Information Society and Administration from Macedonia, please.
Thank you, Stefan. Почитуван премиер на Република Северна Македонија, dear organizer, Mrs. Maya Handžiska Trendafilova, RESPA Director, dear Mr. Matthew Busquet, Acting Director for Thematic Support at DG NEAR, European Commission, dear Mr. Virand, who I think is connected online, head of the Sigma program at the OECD, dear ministers, deputy ministers from the region, dear distinguished representatives from the European Commission and the EU delegation, representatives from Sigma and experts, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's really my great pleasure to be here today, and in the beginning I would like to thank the organizers, namely RESPA and Sigma, for organizing this great conference. And I must say that we are humbled that you have chosen to organize this conference in Skopje, in North Macedonia. The Ministry of Information Society and Administration is in charge of public administration reforms, whose aim is to achieve easily accessible, fast and quality services for citizens and the business community and foster economic growth of the Republic of North Macedonia. The Ministry strives towards professional, efficient, and accountable administration in the service of the citizens, and the business community in our country. And we also lead, create, and promote digital transformation and the development of an information society. To that end, the Ministry is continuously working on the implementation of measures and activities defined in the Public Administration Reform Strategy and Action Plan 2018-2022, adopted by the government in February 2018. In that direction, the key elements for monitoring, reporting, and evaluating the public administration reform process are the three levels of coordination of the process of implementation and monitoring of the measures and activities stipulated in the public administration reform strategy. And at a political level, the main role is played by the Public Administration Reform Council, which is chaired by the President of the Government of the Republic of North Macedonia. At administrative level, the professional and technical support of the PAR Council is provided by the PAR Secretariat, while in order to ensure horizontal coordination, a PAR team has been established at our ministry. The Ministry of Information Society and Administration has a double role in the public administration reform process. On one hand, it is the institution in charge of management, monitoring and reporting on the public administration reform process, and on the other hand, it is the competent institution for implementation of most of the planned activities from the PAR strategy and the Action Plan 2018-2022. The PAR strategy provides 4 priority areas established by virtue of the Sigma principles, namely, first one, creation and development of policies. Second, public service and human resources management. Third, responsibility, accountability, and transparency. And fourth, providing services and ICT support to the administration. The Ministry collects data on the achieved progress from the competent institution for the public administration reform, and after obtaining it, analyzes and consolidates the information that is integrated into the semi-annual and annual reports. The annual reports show the progress of the implementation of the measures and activities from the strategy, but they also show the unimplemented activities that require additional implementation effort in order to achieve the defined goals under the PAR strategy with the Action Plan 2018-2022. Bearing in mind that the current public administration reform strategy is in its last year of implementation, the Ministry of Information Society and Administration, as an institution in charge of managing and coordinating the public administration reform process, has initiated the preparatory process of a new 8-year PAR strategy, 2023-2030, for which support has already been provided by Sigma, and we are thankful to them. To that end, our ministry has established a working group with representatives from state institutions, civil society, and international organizations based in our country. At the same time, during the development process of the new strategy, the working group also took into account the recommendations according to international documents, such as the report of the European Commission on the Republic of North Macedonia for 2021, the report of the conducted monitoring by Sigma for the Republic of North Macedonia for 2021, as well as the conclusions of the Special PAR Group for 2021, where the assessment of our country's progress on public administration reform is being provided, but also recommendations for the areas that require additional reforms. Concurrently, an external evaluation of the existing PAR strategy 2018-2022 was carried out by an independent expert with the support of RESPA. During June and July this year, workshops were organized within the framework of the evaluation, where the recommendations were drafted, and the same represent the basis for the preparation of the new strategy. The public administration reform is a process that is led by the Ministry of Information Society and Administration, but its successful implementation requires equal commitment and involvement from all stakeholders. At the same time, I would like to emphasize that we have extensive work ahead of us, where all of us have to include all the capacities for the preparation of the new public administration reform strategy, while taking into account the lessons learned and the experience from the implementation of the current strategy, all in order to prepare a document with realistic goals and activities that we plan to implement in the next 8-year period. In this context, MISA will continue strengthening the interinstitutional cooperation as well as the cooperation with all stakeholders, especially with civil society sector and international organizations in the process of public administration reform, all aimed at providing quality and fast services to citizens, because the public administration reform as a long-term process depends on all of us. At the end, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone involved in the process for their continuous cooperation in view of the provided support for the implementation of a large number of processes and activities from the public administration reform. And I hope for further cooperation in the preparation of the new strategy in direction of improvement and bringing our country closer to EU standards. I wish also all participants a very fruitful conference, rich with discussions and ideas, and hope that all of us will be stronger and more knowledgeable about the work ahead of us after this conference. Thank you. Blagodaram. Faleminderit.
Much, Minister Aliti, for your opening reflections. Now we come to our first participant of this opening panel, who is joining us online, Mathieu Bousquet from DG NEAR. So I saw that Mathieu is already online, and welcome to Mathieu Bousquet.
Thank you very much, and very happy to be with you, even if it's only virtually, but very happy to be with you. I mean, we have colleagues, Florian Hauser and colleagues from the delegation being present in the room also for networking opportunities. And thank you, I mean, to Prime Minister and to the Minister for setting the scene. I think it is important also, I mean, to see where we're starting from. Why? Because building a well-functioning public sector is key for building resilient societies in the Western Balkans. Public administration reform is also an important priority for advancing the EU accession process, as it was mentioned. It is indeed one of the three fundamental first areas of the EU enlargement process. But beyond this process, what is at stake is the vitality of democracy. And the trust between citizens and their administration is a foundation upon which the legitimacy of democratic institutions rests. And today, citizens' confidence in government is being challenged, not only in the Western Balkan regions, but in many parts of the world. According to the OECD, younger people under 30 years old have even lower levels of trust in their government. This is alarming. From this perspective, what could be more strategic than the excellence of public services? In the eyes of any citizen, the provision of good public services is among the most tangible activities of public administration, enabling citizens to exercise their rights and freedoms. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown the importance of efficient, trusted, and citizen-centered public services. Every citizen should have the right to expect good administration and good administrative behavior from its government at all levels, from the state level to municipalities. The last Sigma assessments have demonstrated some encouraging results in the Western Balkans region in this regard. As Prime Minister said, it's always good, to start from the picture. What is the picture today? And let's build from there. For example, based on the clear policy framework and political support, countries like Albania and Serbia have rapidly digitized their administrative services. And we can also welcome the recent adoption in North Macedonia of 3 key laws to facilitate e-services. This positive trend is perceived by people in their daily life. More than half of Western Balkan inhabitants, 58%, recognize the efforts of their governments to simplify administrative procedures for citizens and businesses. This figure is on the rise compared to the previous years, so this is very good. But despite these promising results, the challenges faced by governments and by their administrations remain huge. Over time, the digital revolution and more recently the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic have heightened citizens' expectations. The German philosopher Jürgen Habermas underlined that regarding the need for democratic legitimization, deficits exist every time the circle of the persons who take part to decisions does not match with those who endure their consequences. Public services today should be designed, delivered, and regularly reviewed based on the needs of citizens and not for the convenience of the administration, obviously. Administration needs to consider citizens' perspective at all stages of designing policies and services and their implementation. So to lead these changes, we need to rely on a professional, skilled, and forward-looking administration. This conference aims to inspire and to exchange views on how to build public administrations of tomorrow. A good administration is built on good people. Attracting and retaining talent is an increasing challenge across many administrations in Europe, and not just in the Western Balkans. To become an attractive employer, the civil service needs to build an open, flexible, and adaptive culture. To tackle the complex societal problems we are facing, public servants need to be equipped with good communication, innovation, networking, facilitation, and problem-solving skills. We all have to learn from each other in this regard. So with this in mind, let me thank RESPA and OECD Sigma for organizing this conference and the Public Administration Awards. What a great forum to learn from each other. This year in particular, RESPA and Sigma received a very high number of submissions, and the awards are an important opportunity to promote and recognize outstanding initiatives that help improve the lives of citizens. Modernizing service design and delivery is a journey without an end. There is constant potential for improvement, but people recognize progress, and better public services build public trust. So I wish you a very fruitful discussion, and I hope you will find inspiration to pave the way for the public administration of excellence of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mathieu Bousquet from DG NEAR of the European Commission. So we are truly hybrid in this conference. That's why we switch again to physical presence. And please welcome with me the RESPA Director, Maja Hanjiska Tretafilova. Maja.
Thank you. So, warm welcome at the high-level conference on public sector transformation, co-organized jointly by RESPA and Sigma with the great support of the EU. So, our gathering today will shed light on the regional state of play on public administration reform, on what lies ahead of us in this challenging agenda, and on what we can learn from each other through a regional approach. And we in RESPA are particularly happy to be providing the platform for this regional policy dialogue on the ever-current topic of public administration reforms. We are, of course, immensely honored and encouraged by the presence and the highest level political commitment as demonstrated today by our host, Prime Minister Kovacevski, our line ministers, high-level representatives, partners. And actually the challenging context that we find ourselves in, that the Prime Minister also stressed, demands nothing less than such commitment, agency, and reform impetus, because the political will is indispensable if we really aim for robust and irreversible reforms. We in RESPA were particularly happy that we partnered with Sigma in the organization of this conference and the multifaceted program that it entails, because it does not only tackle policy reforms from a pure public sector approach, but it also raises many critical questions, such as how does a citizen's first perspective assess the service delivery in a region? Or what type of administration and governance systems our businesses need to thrive? Or how do we manage, how do we enrich, how do we share knowledge within the public administration systems? Or questions of the type, how important are transparency, trust, integrity, and leading by personal example in public administration? Or the question that a few of you touched upon, how genuinely attractive our public administration is as an employer, and how are we retaining our talented youth amidst this daunting brain drain and disengagement phenomena that we see? Or how do we, on one hand, harness the vast potentials that you have stressed upon, entailed in digitization and innovation, while at the same time addressing many challenges, such as, for instance, our vulnerable cyberspace that we see very current in this region and lately? Or ultimately, how does our often overlooked local level at all fare when it comes to capacity building? So these and many, many others are very pertinent questions, and some might even say billion-dollar questions that bring us one step closer to the public administration and governance systems that we want to see in our region. And actually, it is essential that even through such regional fora that we are here today, we try to address them boldly and honestly and sincerely, despite the various implementation gaps or the setbacks that systems might have. And actually, embellishing doesn't help, because we are also very frequently the very end users of those services and processes. So we can all attest that there is still a long and uphill road ahead until we attain the fully modernized, administrative, efficient, and accountable administrative space that we all aspire for. But of course, we need to address them, and even some even more uneasy questions which relate to politicization, etc. We need to pursue these reforms with vigor, with ownership, because ultimately the public administration is the backbone of all the reform processes that are underway, be they in relation to the recovery, be they in relation to the green and digital transition, to the EU accession process that we are embarking on, or to the various multiple successive crises that we find ourselves in, and the Prime Minister stressed, of course, the dire energy crisis. And these crises keep very high in the agenda the objectives of streamlining, optimizations, restructuring, doing more with less. So it is our sincere hope that at this conference we really ponder on the many reflection points that we'll hear from today's reflections, and we draw takeaway action items in our everyday work. Action items that actually contribute to restoring trust in public service, or those that, return the pride that everyone needs to feel and be associated with serving the public good or dedicating lives and careers to public service, or actions that put the focus on mission and on value-driven commitments. So now, on a more festive note, this conference is also conceptualized as a celebration of good practices, a recognition of exemplary public administration solutions that have inspired, can be upscaled, have been innovative. And this is actually the image that we want our region to portray. Because contrary to conventional wisdom, it is not all doom and gloom in our never dull Western Balkans. And indeed, there have been considerable advancements in the region, especially when it comes to service delivery and digitization. So, though the details of the awards will come later on in the next session, allow me just to say how happy we were in RESPA and Sigma with both the number and the quality of the applications as part of our flagship Public Administration Award initiative, which we have modeled on the EU one. And we have doubled the turnaround from the first edition, and the entire region can be proud with the vigor, with the drive, the enthusiasm, motivation, evidence by your peers, by you, by our public administrations. So together with Sigma, we'll continue to work and cooperate with them as part of our new community of good practices. So now to end, where is RESPA in all this challenging agenda? Well, we are right here, really eager and committed to be an even more reliable partner in supporting our public administrations, both organizational, technological, but also cultural transformations, to the upskilling of our most precious asset, which is our human capital, and also to these shifts in public service values, practices, mindsets that are coupled with digitization and innovation. So to advancements that meet the expectations of citizens and businesses. So in our region, in which both regional cooperation and public administration reform are fundamental for our EU accession path, we in RESPA are particularly happy to be working on exactly these two fronts. So the new accession momentum with North Macedonia and Albania commencing negotiation talks is a further impetus for us to even work harder in the design, deployment of reforms, but also the provision of the technical assistance, capacity building tools that we have, but chiefly to support and steer the regional knowledge exchange among us. And actually yesterday's State of Union address was an encouraging and important tailwind on our reform course. And the carefully designed instruments that we in RESPA have are here to be put at best use, that your governments can be better services to the citizens and businesses. So please let us all enjoy the rich program, the stellar panels that we'll have afterwards. Please actively contribute to it. Use all the networking opportunities within the program and beyond, but also do make slot to really also get to know and enjoy what is my always warm and hospitable hometown, Skopje. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much, Maja. Hanžiska Trentafilova, the RESPA director. Maja, you were already referring to your partner organization, OECD Sigma, and we are switching back online, and we welcome Gregor Viron, head of OECD Sigma. Good to have you with us. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Stefan. Dear Prime Minister, ministers, colleagues from the Western Balkans, from the European Commission, and from elsewhere. I'm honored to address you, and at the same time extremely sorry not to be able to be with you in person today. I was looking so much forward to this event for two reasons mainly. Firstly, there are so many of you I would like to see in person after a long time. And secondly, there is this public administration awards aspect of the conference, so thrilled about. But I have to be in Paris for a meeting of the OECD Public Governance Committee, where Sigma will be presenting information on public governance in Ukraine. And Ukraine, for obvious reasons, is a high priority of both the EU and the OECD. As we speak, Ukrainians are fighting not just against the aggressor for their freedom, but also protecting the values, our values, the values of the free world. And thinking about the war in Ukraine, it comes to my mind that we had horrible wars in the Western Balkans less than 30 years ago. Today, Western Balkans is lucky to live in peace. Let's do all we can to keep it this way. Let's discuss open issues rationally, in good spirit. Let's foster economic and other cooperation, which brings prosperity. And, well, not the least, let's exchange experience on public administration reforms. And this is why you are in Skopje today. Sigma, as always, stands ready to support you in your endeavors to improve your national public administration systems for the benefit of your citizens and businesses. Back in February, we provided you with the fresh comparative analysis based on our assessment work in 21, and Mathieu has nicely summarized the results. Indeed, that there has been progress, but there's still a lot of work to do. We have also made available our data portal, and I invite you all to indulge in the wealth of data it provides. And we have made available very recently this so-called policy simulator, which allows you to simulate what your results would be in the assessment if you introduce changes here or there, change a law, a policy, improve implementation, and so on. Together with the European Commission, we have been working intensively on a revision. I like to say that the principles of public administration are one of the best tools, best frameworks worldwide to assess the quality of national public administration. We are even improving it now, updating. We will modernize and simplify the framework. We'll make it more values-based, less prescriptive. We will emphasize the trending areas such as digitalization. We will add the area of multi-level governance, and so on. But at the same time, you should not expect revolutionary changes, as the basic values of good public administration and good public governance in the EU and in the OECD have not changed significantly. And we would also like to ensure continuity and comparability with previous results. We are planning to come out with a new framework in spring next year. Let me highlight one item from this year's conference. So much innovativeness, positive energy, passion, and devotion in these applications. And this is it, colleagues. This is public administration reform at its best. Positive competition on how to make things work better for our citizens and businesses. And I'm thrilled that the idea we had together with RESPA a few years ago took hold. And I hope we've got used, to the COVID virus spreading around, which we don't like. But instead of COVID, rather than COVID, let the virus of innovation and excellence and quality spread throughout public administrations in the region. The Western Balkans Public Administration Award Contest is also an example of good cooperation between RESPA and Sigma. We have a great partnership. The work on reviewing and selecting and ranking the applications went really smoothly, really efficiently. Thank you for that, dear RESPA colleagues. We've reached agreement on everything without much ado. And thank you, of course, to the European Commission for your continuous support to both our programs. We will continue working together, RESPA and Sigma, to the benefit of our partners in the Western Balkans. In conclusion, I would like to wish you an interesting and fruitful conference. Enjoy. I'm really happy for you who are able to be in Skopje in person and have the opportunity to hang out a bit with the colleagues and friends from the region and the European Commission and from elsewhere. And I'm also very, very sorry I can't share this pleasure with you, but there will be other opportunities. So thank you very much for listening, and back to you, Stefan.
Thank you very much, Gregor Viron. And I guess there would be like a direct reaction to that, dear Mr. Prime Minister. So you may take up some of the opening reflection points.
Да ви благодарам. Јас прво сакам да се заблагодарам за поканата на овој исклучително важен настан. Со оглед на моите обврски ќе мора да одам. Ви посакувам успешна конференција, меѓутоа имам една забелешка. А тоа е до организаторите, до домачините и веројатно и до присутните, бидејќи никој до сега не спомна. Сите знаеме дека владата има издадено препораки до јавната администрација, до приватниот сектор и до граѓаните. Клима уредите да се постават до 27 степени Целзиусови во летно време и не над 20 степени во зимско време. Сега, пошто сме лето, би требале да бидат 27 степени. Јас не верувам дека овде е повеќе од 19 степени кај што седам. Тоа значи дека не е за смеење, многу е сериозна работата. Евра мегават час. Затоа сите треба да бидеме одговорни и секаде каде што не се почитуваат препораки, односно не се придржуваат до препораки, бидејќи тие не се законски основ, треба некој да стане да реагира. Тоа бев денес јас, меѓутоа ве поттикнувам на други места да бидете сите вие. Ви благодарам и посакувам успешна конференција.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for this reminder and important note. We would like to take the opportunity to take one family photo. I would like to invite the participants of our ministerial panel already to join us here on stage so that we can take one photo with the Prime Minister. And dear colleagues, so you may join here on stage. And then we will listen to our keynote coming from Daniele Dotto. So we just have to wait shortly to get the photo. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for your opening words. We wish you success, and we will also advocate for the policies in terms of, perhaps I may ask you to come up here, so that's the closest way. And Daniele Dotto is Deputy Director and Head of Units of Governance and Public Administration at the Director General for Structural Reform Support of the European Commission. Danielle, it's a pleasure to have you with us and to understand which kind of institutions are really needed.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Dobar dan, ministers, colleagues, participants. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here with you today at this Western Balkan Public Administration Reform Ministerial Conference. Just the title takes us to lunchtime. I would like to congratulate RESPA and the OECD Sigma for organizing and inviting me, my always excellent friend and colleague Florian for the excellent organization of the event, and for the idea of sharing with you thoughts on a topic of a major importance for the European Commission, for the European Union as well. You have started to take me into your world, which I appreciate. I will take you a little bit to our world, and at the end of the day, at the end of this journey, we will see that in reality the two worlds have same issues, and we have to address them in a similar way. The topic of public administration, for reasons that were among others mentioned this morning, COVID, digitalization, and others, has gained an increased importance not only in the context of the EU accession, but also for the EU member states. We know that public administration at the central, regional, local level across the European Union and the enlargement region are the foundation on which the EU builds its successes, because public administration deliver responses to crises, they provide services, ongoing services, and think about the new services, they implement the reforms, but also they manage investments and public spending to create the expected social value. Public administration translates EU law and programs into concrete actions with long-term effects on economic, social, and territorial cohesion, as well as on the technological progress. Public administration in the EU is at large responsible for the effective and efficient uptake of the EU funds, and this is also happening in the enlargement countries. Therefore, the strength of the institution is a condition to join, but also a condition to benefit, to enjoy the benefits of the European Union. And throughout the few minutes that I will be sharing with you next, I will explain why we need strong institutions and what the Commission means and does by that. I will then say a few words on the role of strong institutions in serving the state. And thirdly, I will highlight how the strength can be sustainable if it only allows change and innovation. So first point is why strong institutions, and what do we mean by that? We know, and as already hinted at this, public administrations are fundamentally the foundation on which the EU builds the success. The foundations need to be solid if we want the building to be strong. Strong institutions are essential, the essential foundation also to attain the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDG. And you know very well that one of the objectives, one of the key objectives of one of the SDG, number 16 in particular, is to promote just, peaceful, and inclusive society. But basically, public administration supports the deployment of all the SDGs. And to put it in other and simple terms, public administration are part of the equation and its solution at the same time. So it's like for digital, we have to create the conditions to have a digital society, but public administration, as was said before, has to start by digitalizing itself. So we're always working on the two fronts. And we think that strong, effective, transparent, and accountable institutions are critical for the state to comply with its mission and to deliver services. Strong institutions in all their form make it possible to have high-quality infrastructure, transport networks, education, training, to offer health services through hospitals, to ensure security, to ensure that the economy is supported, that is protected, but also that it remains attractive to the external world. And we know that countries with stronger institutions are able to specialize in high-value added sectors that are more reliant on innovation, but are also able to raise more fiscal, and I would add just revenues, and to design and implement more effective reforms and investment projects. In this sense, strong institutions are a provider of stability and protection in this world that is changing at unprecedented and sometimes unexpected and unpredictable speed and direction. I'll take an example with bank failures. These, unfortunately, have proven to happen and are always possible. But the existence of strong and reactive institutions, which have put in place, thanks to cooperation at the European Union level and national level, preventive and resolution mechanisms, can mitigate the impact of such occurrences. And the same for pandemics. We cannot predict pandemics. Just at the beginning of this year, we couldn't predict what would have happened with the invasion and the war on Ukraine. We cannot predict what will happen next. Well, we know we have a problem with energy and electricity. But by preparing ourselves with a strong institution, we can enable rapid availability, access, and distribution of the needed countermeasure through adequate coordination mechanisms, for instance. From healthcare to schooling, from business support to job protection, strong institutions have maintained access to services under the rapidly changing circumstances. It was referred to before, when we were in COVID crisis, we as public organization, we had to keep on delivering the current services, which we did while thinking about how to move next in order to cope with the new situation that was created. The second point is how can we create and consolidate strong institutions? And here, based on what we heard, based on what we could share, I think we can all agree that strong institutions are necessary to preserve and serve the state interest, the state in its global dimension, composition of the organization, citizens, companies, and all those who concur to making a state what it is. The institutions, was said by the director of the school, are made of people. They're made of motivated, hardworking civil servants. And if they're not, we have to work to make sure that civil servants are hardworking and motivated. Being a civil servant, I think those of us in the room who are civil servants, so basically almost everybody, is not a job like any other. We're proud of that. Whatever the place of employment, the institution, and the place in the hierarchy, civil servants, we must serve the general interest and ensure the continuity of the public service on a daily basis for everyone, without exception, users, citizens, businesses, associations, everything and everyone. Civil servants, we provide support for life, from early childhood to end of life and also after. So in that case, I think we have really this mission that we have to keep on reminding ourselves, reminding to our colleagues, and working against that concept. It is, of course, true, and we're all grown-up adults enough to know that a certain proximity between the political power and the administration is natural, but it's also essential and needed for the proper deployment and achievement of policy objectives. Civil servants, however, must be protected from political, economic, religious, or other forms of pressures. Codes of ethics and conduct and staff regulation should serve to enshrine duties and responsibilities for each of us. And because it is this independence, this guarantee, that allows us to have strong institutions, so to go together. An impartial public administration is a key, as was mentioned before, for the purpose of attracting and retaining talent, and to develop a competent and professional civil service. Our viewpoint, our starting reflection on this is that this neutrality of the civil service, this independence of the civil service, facilitates collaboration. In the absence of neutrality and independence, politicians may not have full confidence in the survivors of the previous government, and this may translate in an unnecessary turnover and knowledge loss in the public administration. A competent and apolitical administration is a condition of integrity vis-à-vis the citizen and nourishes a relation of trust with them. That also was mentioned this morning. It is necessary to ensure the continuity of the public service in the event of political alternation. And the dichotomy between politics and the administration is a fundamental element to sustain and strengthen the institution. My third point is about strength and innovation for the future. The strength and the stability to which I referred should obviously and shall not be confused with the status quo. While institutions provide stability by their very nature of being hard to change, these should not lead them to lose agility to deal with new challenges. On the contrary, strong institutions should always strive to improve and evaluate their strategies and make sure that their policies bring high and the needed value added to citizens. Public administration must evaluate the impact of their policies and the effectiveness of their strategy on an ongoing basis, leading to accountability. Also, that very important point was mentioned earlier this morning. We know we live in a moving target. We are a moving target, and we live in a moving world. And our goal is therefore to have public administration that lead that change and that lead that world. Public administration that continue to adapt to these increasingly complex challenges in a rapidly changing world. The game is always challenging, also for the most efficient and leading public administration, and we have quite a lot of excellence in the European Union, and not only, and we see that also those administrations that are very good must continue to adapt to these increasingly complex challenges. And they never cease to evolve. They evolve with our society, and they make the society evolve. Allow me just to share with you a few thoughts about the document that I really invite you to read if you have not, which is a document that the Commission adopted in April 2021, which is our staff working document entitled Supporting Public Administration in the EU Member State to Deliver Reforms and Prepare for the Future. What we have done, that was for the first time the Commission did it, was to take stock of where public administrations are in the European Union, and we identified 5 main challenges that are familiar to the EU member states, and I'm sure with whom you are as well as familiar. So first is the unprecedented speed of technological change. This momentous shift requires adapting our administration's working and decision-making methods and enabling human centricity in the delivery of public services. The gap in the provision of digital public services has slowly diminished in the years, yet we need to ensure that there is equal access and good quality for all in cities, in rural areas across all Europe and generations. And I would like also to share reflection from a recent meeting with member states. Some member states, and I think it's very fair, want to keep the possibility not to avail of digital services for those who cannot because of the geographical, the generational, the cultural, the social divide, but the obligation to have everything available online is there. So it's a new form of reflection that needs to be put in place. Secondly, we see that the impact of the demographic changes and the increasing skill shortage is an issue for all the member states. Due to cuts and redundancy, high turnover, skill shortage, and strong competition from other sectors, several public administrations are struggling to attract and retain professional workforce. Societies are aging, at least certainly in the European Union, and so is the civil service workforce. In some countries, in at least 15 member states, 1/3, even more, 39% of the public administration workforce will retire in the next 15 years. Again, challenge and opportunity here, we should not miss it. Third, the increasing complexity of managing policy issues. We're confronted with what have been defined the super wicked problems, such as climate change, black swan events, as we define them, such as COVID-19, multi-level governance, and globalization. We need, therefore, to encourage a culture of innovation and as an integral part of our functioning at all levels of governance. Fourth, it was mentioned, the impact and the importance of the green transition, was mentioned a few minutes ago. Climate change, which is the most pernicious of our super wicked problem, affects every single part of our economies and lives. It affects citizens and regions asymmetrically. Managing the transition and ensuring equitable outcomes require, therefore, new skills and capacities. And the complexity of this issue is only overshadowed by its impact. Regulatory, budgetary, procurement, and energy system are all intertwined in one issue. Fifth and last is the increasing competition for limited public funds, which is an issue we see it of prioritization, which requires leadership and innovative thinking. Improved financial management is also key to address issues of intergenerational fairness. We cannot create unsustainable debts for the future generations, and can be achieved through better understanding of future challenges and opportunities. And again, here too, a culture of innovation is key for public administration. Public administration today is responsible for implementing 70 of EU legislation and 1/3 of public spending. They have a strong dynamic impact. This legislation and these funds have really a strong impact on local economies and society. And despite the weight of responsibilities on the local and the regional administration, most reforms have focused on the central level, while the regional and the local administration tend to lag behind. And this is something really that needs to be addressed by all of us jointly. And all of this will require new skills and capacities, hence the schools, for our European goal of becoming the world's first climate neutral continent. From green transport system to smart energy grids, to new ways of arranging public spaces, we will have to develop many, many new skills. To help the member state to address the challenges and the institutions to change, we have over the years developed a number of tools. I will not dwell on that, first because time is running, but also because some of this is not directly relevant to this audience today. But just to say that over the year, and learning from the Greek crisis, the Cypriot crisis, we have created, adopted a technical support instrument that over the past 4 years has provided more than 200 technical support projects in the area of governance and public administration. So the Commission, the Union has learned, we're a learning organization, and therefore we can see how we can support member states in their endeavor. And we would be very happy to share, and we're actually very happy to share with the engineer and hence with you all this experience. So, in that sense, I would like to conclude that our work for both EU member states and the EU enlargement countries, and that's the bad news, will never be completed. We're in an ongoing and constant evolution process, and that's the challenge and the beauty of it. The only question that goes is, therefore, what can our public services do to better meet the needs of the citizens? This is a subject that the Honorable Panel of Ministers, the participants, will address shortly. I look really forward to hearing your views, which will undoubtedly contribute to the ongoing and tireless reflection on how to make the public administration fit for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniele Dotto. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and, once again, also highlighting the wicked issues which we have to solve by, working on strong institutions that serve the state and not the government. So we just need a short technical break, and we are changing right now the mode. After opening reflections, after our keynote speak coming from Daniele Dotto, so we will now get into discussion mode. And we have the honor to have a ministerial discussion panel. And so our colleagues are already preparing to have all our colleagues here on stage. But let me start with some data, to look at the big picture. So we heard already from the Prime Minister, it's always good to have somehow a baseline and to see the big picture in the region. Also, Gregor was referring to data and figures, that these are always helpful to come back. And we also would like to provide you with some data and some figures to spice up the discussion, the upcoming discussion, and perhaps this is also some food for thought for further reflection and exchange in the coffee break. So I would like to present you 4 slides coming from the Weber Public Perception Survey on various aspects of interacting with governmental services in the Western Balkans. For this survey, more than 6,000 citizens were interviewed, and we see here already the first slide. So it is about citizens' perception. The first question was, are you aware if e-services are offered in your country? You see the results for the different countries here in the right part. So green is yes and no is red. And you see also the total number, so the summary for the Western Balkans here on the left. And please have a look at your individual results, and perhaps you can somehow take it further and use that also for the discussion and exchange in the coffee break. Next slide. It is about the coronavirus pandemic. And here the question was, since the start of the pandemic, the government has improved the provision of e-services. And again, the perception of citizens, you can see that the different results: agree in green, disagree in red, orange is I don't know. Again, the total for the Western Balkans here on the left. So hopefully you found your specific data. 2 more. So it is about, the next one is about the level of information. How informed or uninformed are you on the ways how to use e-services of the public administration? So the usage and the information was the question here. Again, completely informed or mainly informed in green. Red means completely uninformed or mainly uninformed, don't know in orange, the low values. Again, the summary, and I don't interpret results right now, so you may do that during the discussions and the exchanges, the totals here on the left. The last one. In my own experience as a citizen, dealing with the public administration has become easier in the past 2 years. Again, please have a look at your individual results. Green, agree, red, disagree, and the total. So has the interaction become easier with public administration? These were the questions which were given to citizens in this Weber Public Perception Survey. Good. Right now, we have some figure to discuss in more detail, and the title of our ministerial panel is, what can our public services do to better meet the needs of citizens? I would like to invite our participants. I'm starting with Milva Economy, so the Minister of State for Service Standards of the Republic of Albania. Please join us here on stage. So we have name stands here on your seats. Next one is the Minister of Justice from Bosnia-Herzegovina, Josip Grubeša. Nice to have you with us, and you can give a round of applause to somehow spice it up a little bit. Okay. Dragiša Janučević, the State Secretary of Ministry of Public Administration from Montenegro, is with us. Good morning, Dragiša. Admirim Adliti, we have already met, the Minister of Information Society and Administration from North Macedonia. Maja Macudic-Pusic, the State Secretary of the Ministry of Public Administration and Local Self-Governance of the Republic of Serbia. Where do we have Maja? Oh, okay, oh, online, sorry, I mixed that up. So we have Badril Dobra, Deputy Prime Minister in charge of Public Administration Reform, Ministry of Internal Affairs, coming from Kosovo. Good morning. And Maja is going to moderate us, Director. So Maja, the floor is yours, and we're expecting a lively discussion.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so again, welcome to this high-level ministerial panel as part of our conference dedicated to the topic of what can our public services do more in terms of, meeting the needs of our citizens and businesses. And the topic is highly relevant, it's highly timely, it's a really meaningful one, and we in RESPA are really happy to facilitate and to steer this high-level panel. And we already had some teasers just to spice up the discussions thanks to our friends from the Weber Project. And as we heard throughout this morning, the reform of the public administration is a never-ending story. It is really a constant endeavor if we are aiming for the lasting reform. So given the time frame, I would suggest that we immediately dive into our discussions, because I'm sure our audience is really following with utmost interest the guidance, the sort of political leadership guidance from the top-level policy makers. So the panel will bring forward a bit of a snapshot on what have been the recent accomplishment, but also what are some of the burning issues that require us that we change gear in terms of reform dynamics. And following the policy interventions, we'll have two crucial interventions also from a citizens and a business perspective. So I will start with you, Minister of State for Standards and Services, Milva Ekonomi, who has had immensely rich career in public service and also in various portfolio. Spanning from agriculture, tourism, health, economy, and you have also been recently tasked with the coordination of the entire good governance agenda. Minister, Albania has really been at the forefront of the entire service delivery digitization agenda, with more than 95% of your services digitized and offered online. Yet at the same time, the recent phenomenon that we see on cyber attacks has also brought forward the importance of cyber-proofing our infrastructure and services. There have been also great strides in Albania on measuring the service standards through also the barometer exercise that you have been personally spearheading. So with the start now of the negotiation process, you have embarked upon the preparation of the good governance and public administration roadmap for 2030, as well as the new strategy. So maybe if you can shed light for us, what are some of the key priorities that you will be working on in the next period. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maya. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to sit here today and to discuss about the possibilities for sharing experience and putting a little bit the perspective of Albania, what we have done and how we see the future. In fact, it is this process of e-services and digitalization of e-services has started some years ago when we think that when we thought that in public administration we need to be more flexible, we need to be more operate, and we need to be more open towards citizens. So putting citizen in the center of our discussion, we start to make inventory of the service, and also we start to re-engineer all the services that public administration is providing. By doing that, we create one-stop shops. And these also have made inventory in all the central level about the services that business and citizens much more are requested from the public administration, and we put a priority how we are going to digitalize them. So we have the list, we have a priority. But in the meantime, this process has made a kind of little shock in the public administration itself, because people that were used to do the job in a certain way, they have to think differently. And so vis-a-vis of the inventory, you have to think how we are going to cope with these new skills that they have to put in place now. So after that, we start the process of digitalization. But digitalization, we all know, have two parts. One is the hardware, and the other part is the software part. So without having the bone backs of the digitalization covering all the territory, you cannot think about the digitalization process. We have put a lot of investment in covering the territory with internet connection and having a very decent velocity of internet, because people need to access and business need to access that. In the first place, we start with businesses, because through businesses and through a program that we called e-Tatim and mean e-tax, we can be much more easy to concentrate the training in a certain group of persons, but also through that we have started to work also with the procurement, because we know that public administration institutions are there to give us possibility to operate in the country. And one of the most important thing is business, and how the public administration is providing funds towards the business to operate. So in these two areas we start first. And nowadays we have 1,221 services. 95% of them are digitalized. Only 5 are not digitalized, because you need a physical presence to that. But then we have a kind of rethinking about what are the so-called life events that will change the life of citizens and businesses. Meanwhile, they are requiring the service. And for that, we have created a group of very interministerial, inter-agency, inter-expertise, how we are going to cope with things that are completely new, but they need a change not only in the mindset, but also a lot of change in legislation. Because if we start with the change in legislation, the mindset will go vis-a-vis. So we have all the Balkans. I think that in all our countries, we are facing the decline of the birth rate. And for that, for us, a life event was a baby bonus. And we created all the infrastructure that the mother, in the moment that they give birth to a baby, to take the bonus of the baby at the hospital directly. But this means more work for the civil registration office, more work for Ministerial Finance, more work for a health center. For everybody, we need to change the way how they are doing the usual business. They have to go in a completely new process of business. Then we have faced COVID. And in the moment that we have faced COVID, we have seen how ready we have been with digitalization. In fact, with digitalization, we have been very good in the moment that COVID hit countries, because we have created the possibility for the elderly people to go out through application of e-permits, to go and to have a walk in the streets, and they have to apply through e-Albania. And this was very easy for them. So even the third age person was able to apply to the e-Albania to take the permits. And this was due to a very easy process. And this process was accessible even in the telephone, because the 3 and 4G broadband was covering all the territory. So for every third age person, this was possible. Another thing that was even much more important was the moment when the people that have a not transmittable disease, they have to take their drugs in the pharmacy. But for that, they have to go to the doctor of the family. Everything was digitalized. And for those people, it was very easy. Only a text in their mobile, and they were directed to the pharmacy to take their drugs for 2 months period. So this gives to us the importance and make us the pressure to see how much important are that the services are very easy for the people to to be taken into consideration. But this is a never-ending process, even for the training, and you have seen the result of the survey for the training, but also for the improving of the system itself. We have done a lot of revolutionary thing in these services in the transport directory. In transport directory, for a permission to drive a car is very easy now, and also to take the driving license is very easy. But everything is digitalized. Now in Albania we have even the test that was experienced from the European country. It was not in Albania, but as we are going to recognize our driving license more and more in European area, it was very important that we can have the same system of recognition. And I think that, you know, in this moment of global crisis, it's very important to have some motivation for public administration civil servants. And one thing is that the speech of yesterday of Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen was very inspiration, because in her say that the Union is cannot perceived without Western Balkan countries. This makes us a very strong motivation for the work in the future. And also, opening negotiation, you have a kind of proud being in the civil servants and having the possibility for your country to grade up, to scale up all the procedure that you are having. This is one. The second is, but are we paying very good these civil servants? What is going with their salary? Because I think that we have heard today from Minister Aliti as well, but also from Prime Minister, that this is challenging. And in Albania, nowadays, we have reconsidered the so-called resistance package, and there is an increase of salary for 5% for all people working in public administration, and this is a motivation. But also it's very important that we have to create easy ways for their career, and this is also important. But everything needs to be transparent, need to be open. People have to know about what is going on in their professional life. And in Albania nowadays, we have a platform called administrata.pikal, I'm saying in Albania, which helps all the people in public administration understand how their profile is going to be registered and how they have to cope with this career path. And this is very important also for being a very open and a very democratic approach. I think that still we are going to face with the immigrants and migrants that are going to other countries in Europe, because they would like to have, for me, they would like to challenge their own talent. And this is very important. But many of them are coming back in the country with a lot of the treasure in their mind and in their spirit and in their way of doing. But still, this is a challenging. So I think that if I can summarize, one of the big, most important challenging is how we are going to renew and how we are going to revisit the services that we are providing, making much more easy for business and for person. We are going also to consider that this is a big asset, public administration, and we have to take care with salaries and with continuous training. And also we have to create an environment in the job that has to be as much as possible equal with other European countries. But this is a very long way ahead, so we have to cope with all that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for, first of all, walking us through some concrete examples of the services provided, but also for stressing the aspects of retaining our talented civil service, the importance of mobility, as well as of motivation, the importance of the EU accession context in this regard, and the fact that this is really a continuous process. So we'll be continuing with Minister Grubesha. Minister, among our panel, you're the longest serving minister that has PAR under your portfolio. And though we fully understand this extra layer of complexity that surrounds Bosnia and even the public administration, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and even the public administration reform process and the entire electoral context, but even the fact that you are awaiting the candidate status for quite an extended period of time. Can you maybe walk us or highlight for us some of the burning priorities in Bosnia and Herzegovina? And also, since you are going to assume the chairmanship of RESPA as of next year, just to reiterate our readiness to support you in seeing through some of the reforms that are particularly burning in your country. Please, Minister, the floor is yours.
Hvala Majo, mogu ja na svom jeziku, da. Drage kolegice, dragi kolege, ministri, dame i gospodo, koliko god mi je drago da se vidimo, svaki put ne vidi se toliko na ovome svjetlu, se crvenim kao i ovi naši gore grafikoni od malo prije kada je Bosna i Hercegovina u pitanju. Nažalost ili na sreću, ne znam kako bi to tumačio, evo 8 godina sam već ministar pravde u Bosni i Hercegovini, pravosuđe i javna uprava i sa negodovanjem moram reći da mi iz godinu u godinu samo padamo po pitanju naših reformi. I ovo što ste rekli, Majo, da mi sa nestrpljenjem čekamo kandidacijski status, to je točno, ali ne baš svi u Bosni i Hercegovini, i to trebate znati, i naši prijatelji i vaši naravno zajednički iz Europske unije, da je pred Bosnom i Hercegovinom još jedan veliki i težak put i mi očekujemo da ćemo sve te, kako je i rekao vaš premijer ovdje, da reforme mi ne radimo radi Europske unije, nego radi nas sami, i tako se mi i postavljamo u Bosni i Hercegovini. Naravno, različiti nivoji vlasti u Bosni i Hercegovini, za one koji manje to znaju, a mi imamo 14, recimo to tako, nekakvih vlada u Bosni i Hercegovini, 14 zakonodavnih tijela u Bosni i Hercegovini, naravno, ili izvršnih, da sve one nemaju jednako uređenje javne uprave i onaj reformski zamah koji smo mi krenuli od početka 2000. znači 2003. 2004. kada smo dobili državne institucije i kada smo poboljšali onaj osnovni servis građana prilikom dobivanja na jednom mjestu osobnih iskaznica i vozačkih dozvola, kasnije je praktički zamrao. Žalosna je činjenica, evo, kad slušam kolegicu iz Albanije i kad je mogu čestitati, naravno i ranijih godina svim njenim prethodnicama koje su govorile o vrlo uspješnoj priči javne uprave za Albaniju, i kad sad govorimo o covidu, mi nažalost u Bosni i Hercegovini nismo mogli imati ni potvrde o cijepljenju, zajedničke potvrde na nivou Bosne i Hercegovine o cijepljenju. Tako da, evo, još jedan put se ispričavam što ovako možda negativno govorim kao ministar koji bi trebao o svojoj zemlji pozitivno govoriti, i trudim se da nađem neke pozitivne modele. I ono što je malo prije kolegica govorila o potplaćenosti državnih službenika u javnoj administraciji, nama je to itekako veliki problem, jer što nam ide nivo više, znači općina, županija, entitet država, tako nam plaće se smanjuju u javnoj administraciji. I kad govorimo o digitalizaciji javne uprave povezano sa plaćama, moram vam reći da sve one osobe koje imaju bazično znanje po pitanju novih tehnologija i informacijskih znanosti, da nam oni napuštaju javnu upravu i odlaze naravno daleko, nažalost, iz Bosne i Hercegovine, čak ni u privatni sektor u državi, nego nažalost odlaze iz države. Tako da, Majo, evo, moramo naći nekakve zajedničke modele, evo, tražit ćemo i od vas, prijatelji Sigme stoje nam također na raspolaganju, jer pred nama je veliki put i veliki posao u Bosni i Hercegovini da mi i popravimo javnu administraciju, prije svega u ovome zakonodavnom okviru, jer mi evo godinama ništa nismo radili na tome zakonodavnom dijelu, a i u ovome dijelu digitalnom, kako bi olakšali građanima Bosne i Hercegovine koji se, evo, nažalost, bore za golu egzistenciju, a mi iz politika tražimo model na koji način ćemo zaustaviti pretjerano iseljavanje iz Bosne i Hercegovine i kako bi, evo, Bosnu i Hercegovinu, ovako lijepu zemlju, svi koji ste bili znate kako je Bosna i Hercegovina lijepa zemlja, kako je bogata dobrim ljudima, da je oplemenimo i učinimo što udobnijom za život kroz servis javne uprave.
Thank you very much, Minister, for, of course, portraying the state of play. And it is in relation to this also that in my opening speech said that it is important that we openly and frankly address the various issues that our systems are faced with, despite the fact that, we are all aware, we have some weak spots, there are some lags, some gaps, etc. But it is important that we are united in our, commitment to improve the situation and the context. So thank you very much for this. We'll be continuing with the State Secretary Janušević. So welcome at the panel. Pleasure to have you here. In the recent, actually the new public administration reform strategy that Montenegro has, the aspect of quality management is for the first time stressed, and the strategy and the action plan, they even have certain measures that relate to raising awareness, piloting even CAF, building capacities on various quality management tools. So my question to you would be if you can maybe comment a bit on the contribution of quality management tools in general to service delivery, and what have been some of your steps, either planned or undertaken in Montenegro, and how do you see the main priorities ahead of you? Please, State Secretary, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Evo ja ću se isto obratiti na maternjem jeziku. Poštovana direktorice Hendiska, poštovane ministarke i ministri, drage kolege i koleginice, dame i gospodo, dozvolite mi da vas u ime ministra Maraša Duka i u svoje lično ime pozdravim ispred Crne Gore i Ministarstva javne uprave. Zadovoljstvo mi je što smo u prilici da razgovaramo o izazovima u implementaciji sistema upravljanja kvalitetom u javnoj upravi i razmijenimo iskustvo u ovoj važnoj oblasti. Prije svega želim da se zahvalim timu Regionalne škole za javnu administraciju u naporima koji ulažu kako bi naš region napredovao u reformi javne uprave, usvojio nove i bolje prakse poslovanja, kao i unaprijedio administrativne kapacitete. Prioritet vlade Crne Gore je stvaranje ambijenta za jednostavniju, brzu i efikasniju komunikaciju građana i uprave, kao i optimizacija procesa u organima javne uprave sa krajnjim ciljem poboljšanja i unapređenja kvaliteta pruženih usluga krajnjim korisnicima, a upravljanje kvalitetom je svakako jedan od načina dostizanja ovog cilja. U prethodnom periodu nisu bili jasno prepoznati metodi za upravljanje kvalitetom u oblasti pružanja usluga. Strategija reforme javne uprave 2022-2026 po prvi put definiše niz aktivnosti za upravljanje kvalitetom u javnoj upravi, a prepoznaje i CAF kao jedan od boljih metoda. Stoga fokus vlade Crne Gore i Ministarstva javne uprave je implementacija ključnih aktivnosti definisanih i strategijom reforme javne uprave za uspješnu implementaciju CAF-a. Ipak, pored CAF modela, vlada će razmotriti i druge standarde koji su primjenjivi u javnoj upravi, to jest neće se ograničiti samo na ovaj model. Aktivnosti koje smo prepoznali za budući period su definisanje mape puta za uvođenje sistema upravljanja kvalitetom pruženih usluga, te izrada metodologije za uvođenje upravljanja kvalitetom u sistemu javne uprave. Ovi dokumenti će služiti kao smjernice za implementaciju mehanizma upravljanja kvalitetom, gdje će se, ako se uzme CAF kao model, vršiti evaluacija uspješnosti CAF-a, osnivanje mreže za upravljanje kvalitetom u javnoj upravi, kao i podizanje svijesti o CAF metodi upravljanja kvalitetom. Ono što smo započeli u ovom prilično izazovnom periodu za Crnu Goru je pokretanje stranice posvećene CAF-u, iako zbog trenutnih sajber napada nismo u mogućnosti da je prezentujemo. Na ovaj način krećemo i u promociju implementacije CAF modela i podizanje svijesti o značaju upravljanja kvalitetom. U saradnji sa RESP-om, aplicirajući za in-country mehanizam, konkurisali smo za podršku pri izradi svojevrsne analize i definisanja konkretnih koraka za uvođenje sistema upravljanja kvalitetom pruženih usluga. Ipak, nismo sami u ovim naporima. Ocijenili smo da je saradnja sa privredom od ključnog značaja, te planiramo da zajedničkim naporima sa Privrednom komorom Crne Gore Sredinom novembra organizujemo okrugli sto za privredu i javnu upravu i na taj način obilježimo Svjetski dan kvaliteta. Ovaj događaj će biti prilika za razmjenu iskustava i promociju vrijednosti kvaliteta razvoja i napretka organizacije, društva i pojedinaca. Naredne godine je planirano da još 3 institucije prođu KAF obuku i prilagode svoje poslovanje i organizaciju rada upotrebom KAF modela. Crna Gora je dio EUPAN mreže i uključena je u aktivnosti zajedničkog okvira procjene, to jest KAF-a, što je od velikog značaja jer smo upoznati sa najboljim praksama i dobili značajne smjernice za implementaciju KAF-a. U pripremama za narednu sektorsku budžetsku podršku, finansiranu iz IPA 3 sredstava, akcenat je također stavljen na upravljanje kvalitetom. Jedan od ciljeva sektorske je direktno kroz indikatore uspješnosti vezan za uvođenje sistema upravljanja kvalitetom u javnoj upravi, čime smo dodatno obezbijedili podršku evropskih partnera kad je u pitanju ova aktivnost, koja u fokusu stavlja građane i privredu i kvalitet usluge koju dobijaju od strane javne uprave. Crna Gora je prepoznala nedostatak primjene upravljanja kvalitetom u javnoj upravi i osim što je evidentno potreba, to je i naše opredeljenje koje će dovesti do promjena u pristupu, navikama i svakodnevnom radu. Prilagođavanje stalnim promjenama uz praćenje inovacija i racionalno poslovanje je izazov s kojim se danas suočavamo. A KAF model upravo pruža brzu transformaciju organa kao i efikasniju i odgovornu javnu upravu u pružanju usluga krajnjim korisnicima. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, State Secretary, for also shedding light on the important aspect of quality management. So we'll continue with ministeriality. Minister, you're heading a rather challenging portfolio, so bringing both the public administration reform aspects as well as the digitization aspect. And North Macedonia has recently embarked on an inclusive process of preparing the new strategy for public administration, long-term strategy. But you also have a number of systemic laws in the pipeline, be they in relation to administrative servants, to civil servants, but also to top or senior civil service. And the latter one is especially eagerly awaited because it should contribute to depolitization and to increase professionalization. You have also embarked upon a challenging process of state reorganization, so quite a number of reforms underway at the same time. So my question to you would be, is there a political will to sustain this reform vision? And if you can maybe walk us through some of the priority actions as part of the future strategy for reform of the public administration, and when can we see the first results on the ground? So please, Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maya. I think that there is a political will. You saw earlier that our Prime Minister is so pragmatic, and when we see something, we want to change it. As far as, this part of public administration and digitalization, which is part of our ministry, we think it's two sides of the same coin. And that's why we think that we need to make the necessary legislative changes to make the public administration more efficient, but also provide the tools, the digital tools to the public administration so they can better do their work. Now, if when the Minister of Albania and Minister of Bosnia talked earlier, I think the Minister of Albania was more optimistic and the Minister of Bosnia was less optimistic, so to say. We are here somewhere in the middle, I think. In recent years, we have done several changes in public administration with the strategy 2018-2022. But since now we are drafting the new strategy, we have named it 2023-2030, which is also in line with our objective as a country to enter the EU at 2030. We have a couple of laws, but conceptually speaking, I think which this is maybe, you know, also similar to other countries in the region. I think, you know, the elephant in the room in public administration is that a big part of it is politicized. So if we want to have, you know, people-centric or citizen-centric public administration, then of course we need to have, you know, professionals in our institutions, which in turn will make our institutions stronger. That's why, you know, in light of this, let's say, objective, we see also the legislative changes primarily that we need to do for public administration. We have the law on public servants, we have the law on top management, and we have the law on reorganization of institutions. We have some other laws, but these are, let's say, those that touch and go in parallel with this objective of ours. So this will be also part, or good part, let's say, of the new public administration reform 2023-2030. In these laws about public servants, the idea is in there to put, you know, mechanisms that will make harder, not impossible, to political parties, you know, to misuse the hiring process. It has to give the opportunity to institutions to really hire the best candidates, so best, you know, more professionals are in public institutions. We also have another law that was, you know, decided in government by the Prime Minister, and that is law on salaries, which we are also drafting for the whole public administration. I think this was mentioned by the colleague from Bosnia, that many times public administration institutions are not as attractive as companies in private sector. We don't pretend to give salaries that Microsoft or Google gives, but, you know, to be somehow in competition with the private sector, and that's why we are going to differentiate between some of more deficitary, you know, degrees that are in the market. So the idea is that if you put mechanisms that the hiring process is transparent and make sure that best candidates get the job and we increase salaries, we think we will give a good contribution to make our public administration more transparent and efficient. And second part of the coin, which we mentioned, the digitalization, we as a ministry already have an e-services platform with many services, but as you have seen from your statistics, not being used much. So we are going, you know, to embark on a process of adding better and more sought-for services for citizens. And that's why we are in contact with main ministries and institutions that give already services to citizens. But internally in the public administration, we are thinking and working on creating platforms and tools that will make the communication between institutions better. For instance, now most of institutions communicate with hard copies, with letters. The objective is in a couple of years we don't need to have printers in institutions, and everything is done digitally. This, we hope, will increase also the transparency of the institutions. So when certain process is stuck, you can see it digitally where it's stuck and whose responsibility that is. So this would be generally, you know, things that will be part of the new strategy. Yes, the new strategy. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you very much for this. And we hope that the laws are soon in practice and on the ground. So we'll follow now online. And sorry to keep you waiting, State Secretary. Can you hear us well? So the State Secretary, Maja Puzic from Serbia. So Serbia has developed this long-term strategy on public administration reform, and you have also made considerable strides when in relation to service delivery and to digitization. So we would be, of course, more than happy to hear from you, some of the highlights of the public administration reforms in your country and what are the pressing needs ahead. However, since this ministry has a specificity, because you are in charge also of the local level, I wouldn't lose this opportunity to also ask you about the importance of building the capacities on local level and strengthening the citizens' participation as well. So State Secretary, the floor is yours, please.
Zahvaljujem se i izvinjavam se pre svega zbog mog glasa, alergija je učinila svoje, ali ću se potruditi da do kraja održim. Ne znam da li me čujete?
Da, čujemo. Čujemo.
Ok, hvala vam na lepim rečima. Ono što bih ja želela da danas naglasim je da moram da se zahvalim svakako RESPI na organizaciji ovakvog događaja i konkretno na prilici da uopšte razgovaramo na ove teme i pre svega da vas pozdravim u svoje lično ime i da prenesem izvinjenje ministarke Marije Obradović koja trenutno prisustvuje obeležavanju Dana srpskog jedinstva, slobode i nacionalne zastave koju zajedno obeležavaju Republika Srbija i Republika Srpska. I nije u prilici da sa vama podeli danas iskustvo koje je Ministarstvo državne uprave i lokalne samouprave Republike Srbije ima u oblasti o kojima danas razgovaramo. Kao što ste pomenuli, Republika Srbija je 2021. godine donela prvi strateški okvir u oblasti reforme javne uprave, što je po mom mišljenju samo po sebi već vrlo važno postignuće, imajući u vidu sveobuhvatnost nove strategije reforme javne uprave za period 2021. do 2030. godine sa jedne strane i vrlo kompleksne i izazovne okolnosti u kojima se odvijao sam proces njene pripreme sa druge strane. Period COVID-a koji je zaista otežavao sve aktivnosti, ne samo građanstva, tako i javne uprave, možda je i uticao na neki način da u toku donošenja strategije reforme javne uprave ona doživi neke transformacije. Ovakvim pristupom dobili smo strategiju reforme javne uprave kao jedan krovni dokument koji obuhvata 3 akciona plana u oblasti upravljanja ljudskim resursima, pružanja usluga i odgovornosti i transparentnosti, kao i 3 programa u oblasti planiranja i koordinacije javnih politika, upravljanja javnim finansijama i reforma sistema lokalne samouprave. Iako se često u prvi plan ističu dostignuća u oblasti pružanja usluga i digitalizacije, jasno je da Republika Srbija posvećena unapređenju svih ključnih aspekata koji čine upravu odgovornom, transparentnom, efikasnom i po meri njenih građana, što je vizija same strategije. Konačno, važnu potvrdu svih uloženih napora i ostvarenih rezultata predstavljaju nalazi Sigma OECD izveštaja o primjeni principa javne uprave iz 2021. godine koji identifikuju napredak u gotovo svim oblastima obuhvaćenim reformom javne uprave, uz najveći napredak ostvaren u oblasti pružanja usluga. Svakako mislim da ovde treba naglasiti da se prema nalazima ovih izveštaja Republika Srbija nalazi iznad regionalnog proseka u oblastima upravljanja javnim finansijama, upravljanja ljudskim resursima i razvoju i koordinaciji javnih politika, što potvrđuje našu posvećenost sveobuhvatnoj reformi javne uprave, ali i svakako nam ostavlja prostor za dalje napredovanje i dalje unapređenje rada javne uprave. Kao što sam već istakla, pored izuzetno važne činjenice da je doneta nova strategija, Donet je i program za reformu sistema lokalne samouprave u Republici Srbiji za period od 2021. do 2025. godine. Kao prvi dokument javne politike u ovoj oblasti kojim se planira dalji razvoj sistema lokalne samouprave koji je prilagođen potrebama građana. Pre svega, istakla bih konstantan rad na unapređenju kapaciteta lokalnih samouprava u pružanju usluga građanima, koji smo realizovali kroz brojne aktivnosti, ali jedna možda od najpečatljivijih i najbitnijih je uspostavljanje jedinstvenih upravnih mesta, odnosno one-stop shops, što je značajno imajući u vidu da su lokalne samouprave u stvari prva adresa za sve potrebe i probleme koje imaju građani. Kreiranjem ovakvih jedinstvenih upravnih mesta pri lokalnim samoupravama omogućit ćemo građanima da odlaskom na jedno mesto reši sve probleme ili ostvare pravo koje je u delokrugu više organa, umesto da se obraćaju svakoj od tih institucija pojedinačno, a koje su sve uvezane u rešavanju njihovog problema. U tom svetlu Ministarstvo državne uprave i lokalne samouprave je pokrenulo inicijativu na otvaranju 25 i otvorilo je zapravo 25 jumova širom Srbije. Trenutno smo u procesu uvođenja još 20-ak i za naredne godine se planira otprilike oko 30-ak novih jedinstvenih upravnih mesta koji će zaista doneti građanima veliko olakšanje u komunikaciji sa javnom upravom koja je do sada za njih bila jako komplikovana. Takođe, moram da pomenem još jedan izuzetno važan segment u kom Ministarstvo državne uprave i lokalne samouprave pokušava da unapredi saradnje na nivou lokalnih samouprava, a to u pitanju je podsticanje i ulaganje u razvoj njihove međusobne saradnje kroz međuopštinsku saradnju, gde oni umrežavanjem rešavaju zajedničke probleme koje imaju, a koje nisu mogućnosti samostalno da realizuju. To su razni problemi u oblasti vodozaštite, zoohigijene, rešavanja regionalnog otpada i slično. Tako da mislim da ćemo u toj oblasti u narednom periodu imati značajan uticaj i značajan napredak u radu lokalnih samouprava. Ono što moram da napomenem, a to je unapređenje učešća građana u poslovima lokalne samouprave za koje ste pominjali, koji je zapravo jedan od prioriteta, jer se na lokalu dešava život. Najveći broj odluka koje donose lokalne samouprave direktno utiču na kvalitet svakodnevnog života građana i u tom smislu moram da istaknem veliki napredak kada je u pitanju participacija građana u donošenju odluka, posebno u procesima donošenja lokalnih budžeta koji i proizvode sve njihove, odnosno rešenja za njihove probleme. Ono što bih takođe istakla kao jedna od bitnih stavki u prethodnom periodu koje su napredile pravni okvir i proceduru za neposredno učešće građana u donošenju odluka je donošenje novog zakona o referendumu i narodnoj inicijativi. I ono što je ovaj zakon donao, to je zaista unapređenje jednog procesa i olakšavanje građanima mogućnosti da kroz referendum i narodnu inicijativu direktno utiču na rešavanje određenih pitanja koji ih muče i na taj način i predlažu nekakva rešenja koje će se realizovati. Sve ovo pomenuto je rezultiralo napretkom u primjeni principa dobrog upravljanja na lokalu u domenu odgovornosti, transparentnosti, otvorenosti i participacije koje prati stalna konferencija gradova i opština kao jedan od naših ključnih partnera u reformskim procesima na lokalu i zaista nam je bitna ta njihova partnerska uloga u svim ovim segmentima reforme javne uprave na lokalu. Ono što bih...
Jer ste još... sorry, would you have something to add? Please continue.
Ako dozvoljavate, samo još par stvari. Ako bi nešto trebalo da apostrofiram ili da naglasim, mislim da je napredak u oblasti pružanja usluga možda najbolji način sublimiranja svih naših napora da transformišemo upravu iz jednog regulatora i jedne forme u servis građana, što i jeste naš krajnji cilj. Verujem da su svima poznati izuzetni rezultati koje smo ostvarili u oblasti digitalizacije i ono što moram danas da napomenemo u svetlu efikasnosti energetske o kojoj smo slušali na početku ove konferencije je da je u Republici Srbiji u proteklom periodu javna uprava razmenila više od 75 miliona dokumenata, odnosno 55 miliona podataka iz službenih evidencija, što znači da građani i građanke isto toliko puta nisu morali da idu od šaltera do šaltera i na taj način uštedeli su oko 290 miliona sati čekanja u redovima. Prevedeno na izvinjavam se, pošto je problem sa čujem prevod, verovatno sopstveni. Ono što možda je bitno da naglasim u ovom periodu energetske krize je da je to sačuvalo više od 40.000 odraslih stabala i uštedelo preko 2 miliona kilograma papira, 175 miliona litara vode i skoro 15 miliona kilovat sati struje. Ako nastavimo ovako da štedimo, nadam se da ćemo i lakše prevazići ovu energetsku krizu i da je zaista jedna digitalizovana i efikasna javna uprava i dobar element uštede energetskih resursa koji su nam zaista ograničeni u ovom periodu. Svakako, svega pomenutog ne bi bilo da paralelno ne radimo i na unapređenju svih ostalih aspekata rada javne uprave, odnosno upravljanju javnim finansijama na adekvatan način, što nam je vrlo, vrlo bitna stavka. Ulažemo u profesionalizaciju administracije kroz razvoj politike ljudskih resursa i stručnog usavršavanja kadrova. Na različite načine podižemo nivo odgovornosti i transparentnosti uprave i napredujemo u planiranju i koordinaciji javnih politika. Zbog svega ovog, uverena sam da ćemo u narednom periodu postojati jedna ravnomerna posvećenost i nastojanje da se nastavi sa unapređenjem svih segmenata koji će nas zaista dovesti do toga da u Srbiji za koju godinu imamo upravu po meri svih nas, što jeste naš motiv i kao što vidite iza mene, naša krilatica u sprovođenju reforme javne uprave. Možda sam malo odužila i
thank you very much.
Zaista je mnogo toga što je Republika Srbija uradila na polju reforme javne uprave, teško je to sažeti u jedan mali segment.
Thank you very much, and I hope that we didn't put an additional strain to your voice, and hope that you will recover soon. Thank you very much for walking us through the reforms, for also putting up numbers, because they really matter, so we can, picture the impact, and for also stressing the sustainability aspect that has been a niche throughout this morning discussion. So thank you very much. So we are continuing now in the room, and because of time pressure, I will kindly appreciate if we keep now the interventions within the time limit. So, Mr. Badl Dobra, we're very happy to have you here with us today, and you're actually coordinating the public administration reform process. So, can you maybe tell us, brief us, where does Kosovo stand in terms of the preparation of the overarching strategy on public administration reforms, but also what are some of the measures or plans that you have, particularly in relation to attracting and retaining the most talented in the public sector so as to deliver better services, and what are some of the other priority actions that you are working on? So thank you very much and looking forward for your contribution.
Thank you, Maya. First of all, thank you very much for inviting us. Although Kosovo is not a member of RESPA, thank you, and also thank you to, thanks to the European Union and Sigma for inviting us to this event. It's a pleasure to be here with my fellow colleagues from the region. You know, the pandemic has shown us that public administration is crucial. Even those that believe in the minimalist state, I think they have somehow changed their minds. We have seen that it is absolutely necessary to have a strong public administration that is able to deliver to the citizens. And this has shown us as well that we have quite some weaknesses. It was absolutely necessary to see where in the region we stand, and then state by state, each of us to see where are we in this aspect. The new government in Kosovo has had a close look to the situation with public administration in Kosovo. It was mentioned by other colleagues that unfortunately, like in other countries in the Balkans, in Kosovo, public administration is also to some extent politicized. We are facing with lack of appropriate human resources, sometimes not enough qualified human resources. In some services, we have an administration that is overloaded, but in others, we are lacking human resources. So it was necessary to have a look at all this, but also to look at the general picture. The government is in the process of finalizing the national development strategy, to which is closely linked the strategy on public administration. And not both, but to be more accurate, the strategy on public administration is aligned with the national development strategy and takes into consideration what I previously mentioned, the problems that we are facing in Kosovo and the needs that our administration has and need to be fulfilled as soon as possible. We have also, in the meantime, worked in other aspects. From the previous conversations or presentations, I have seen that we, in the region, we somehow are all in more or less the same stage. We all are working on legislation that deals with the civil service at different levels. We are all working on trying to professionalize our administration and to improve the quality of our human resources. We are doing so in Kosovo as well. I am very happy to say that just an hour ago I was informed that the law on public officials and the law on public official salaries have been published on our platform for public consultations, where our citizens have now the opportunity to give their comments on the 2 draft laws that have been prepared by our government and for the last 3 weeks have been discussed internally by different institutions. We have taken the comments that were sent, but we also have to some extent worked also with our partners, the European Union and Sigma, and other experts in the field of public administration and human resources. So these two laws will help us to improve the situation, not only in terms of bringing new blood to our public administration. Just one example. Our system was, until now, closed. The recruitment was first done inside, and then if it failed, we opened it to outside. As you know, well, it's the case with most of countries in the Balkans, but Kosovo has a large diaspora as well. We have quite some professionals that work in European countries or the United States. So our people from the diaspora did not have the opportunity to come back and get involved, contribute to public administration. With this new law, we opened the recruitments from the beginning. It does not necessarily mean that all of them will come back, unfortunately not. But if some of them bring back their talent, their expertise and experience that they have gained abroad, it will be a positive change for our administration. I also mentioned the law on salaries. Up to now, we had a situation, a paradoxical situation, where the salaries were regulated by 58 or 59 different regulations. Having people maybe in the same office, doing the same job with the same qualification, and being paid differently. With this new law, we are abolishing such practices, because we are going from these 58 or 59 regulations to a unique law that creates a system that is based on principles, a system that is based on criteria, and a system that will bring equality, that will remunerate people for their contributions and based on their qualification and position they held. We are also working on other aspects of public administration. It was mentioned that we need digitalization, we need reduction of administrative burden. Since we need to mention some figures, it has been estimated that since we went digital with certificates, different certificates, birth certificates, and so on, just in paper, we have managed to save 500,000 euros, just paper. And where is the time that has been saved from our citizens? They do not need anymore to go and wait in front of institutions. They can print their certificate from home. Is it enough? Of course it is not. We are fully aware that we need to go as digital as possible, but we are also aware, and these last weeks have shown that we have to be very careful in how we do the digitalization as well. I know that Albania has had some attacks, but we did also, we were a target of cyber attacks in Kosovo. Just yesterday, the Telecom of Kosovo said that there has been 30,000 IP addresses involved in attacks on the telecom, just the telecom. But what about other institutions? We have had this week slowed internet providing in the institutions, emails were not working all the time, and so on. So what we are doing is preparing ourselves in this side as well. Just yesterday, the government approved the law on cybersecurity, which will lead also to the creation of a national agency on cybersecurity, and facilitating the work of our institutions in providing a safe cyberspace. It is important to provide digitalized services to our citizens, but correctly, Minister Aliti mentioned that we have also to focus on digitalizing the administrative procedures so that our institutions do not need anymore to print documents and go from one office to another, lose it somewhere, or simply not get the work done. There are multiple examples of how international organizations, but also how private companies use what we call the ERP systems, enterprise resource planning systems, where you have a clear path of the procedure and you can follow every step on it, and such systems will also help our administrations to look for accountability. This way we can know where the process is stopped, how and where we have to concentrate to improve the situation. So this is very important, and something...
if we can slowly, because of the timing pressure,
yes.
just to wrap up, because
Sure.
we have interventions.
I just don't want to forget something, because it is crucial, and it is, I think, the main mission of RESPA as well. We have to focus on education and training. This is a key priority for the government of Kosovo. We have an Institute of Public Administration, which clearly needs to be upgraded and fully reformed. And we intend to bring education and training at the very center of our reforms, because we cannot implement our reforms. We can have very nicely written legislation or public policies, but if our civil servants are not able to implement these public policies, then we are stuck at the point zero. So we have to focus also on this aspect. And
Thank you, and sorry for rushing the last speakers, because we wanted to enrich these policy perspectives with very brief interventions from the perspective of citizens and from the perspective of businesses. So it is really my pleasure to invite Milena Lazarevic, the Program Director of EPC and the Secretary General of the Regional Chamber Investment Forum, Tatiana Dushkovska, to address us and to give us the perspective from where do you stand and how do we need to be better in terms of delivery of services. Milena, please.
Thank you, Maya. I would like to thank everybody on behalf of the Weber initiative, the only comprehensive regional civil society initiative funded by the EU, by the way, that monitors and seeks to empower the citizens and the civil society to take an active part in public administration reforms everywhere in the Western Balkan region, and all of that in line with EU membership requirements. I was asked in my brief reflection to mention from our research and our monitoring what do citizens find as the most critical, as the most important aspects of public administration reform. And of course, you will not be surprised that for citizens, one of the major issues is actually the quality and ease of access to public services. This is what they experience in their daily lives, in their daily interactions with the administration. And in fact, our research does indeed prove what Mr. Bousquet mentioned earlier, that citizens indeed know how to reward government efforts when they're made, especially in public services, which are the most visible to them. So their public perceptions, as you could see on the graphs which colleagues from RESPA used from our research, sometimes these perceptions are even higher or more positive than the actual practices in the countries would suggest. But governments also need to ensure that they hear the experiences and voices of the citizens, and even the minority, the small minority of citizens who are not happy and who experience problems. And as Prime Minister Kovacevski earlier said, measuring user satisfaction is key. So without going into any details and numbers, which you will get from RESPA once we finalize all our analysis, definitely our data and our results show that more effort needs to be invested in collecting, analyzing feedback of the citizens and using them back in further service design. For example, fewer than half of the Western Balkan citizens agree that their government asks their proposals on how to improve services. So care for users and engagement with stakeholders is precisely the focus of quality management and the common assessment framework, and I was very happy to hear that was the focus, that would be the focus of public administration reforms in Montenegro in the coming period. But there are critical issues that citizens perceive and they notice them, even if they don't necessarily know how they can negatively affect even the provision of services which they care most about. 2/3 of citizens of the Western Balkans do not agree that recruitment processes in their administrations ensure that best candidates get the jobs. And over 80% of them think that personal and political connections are necessary to get those jobs. These numbers, I will tell you, are similarly high everywhere across the region. And such high numbers across the region actually demonstrate the urgency of prioritizing civil society professionalization and depoliticization everywhere in the region, but for real, not just on paper. And I was very happy to hear from Minister Aliti that this would be a reform priority in North Macedonia, and I hope that the next Weber results in the coming years will show much more positive results for North Macedonia, showing awareness of the results of these reforms. Finally, I would like to announce that on the 8th and 9th of November, we will host the 3rd Regional Citizens First Conference of the Weber Project in Belgrade. The program will, as always, focus on the citizen engagement and citizen perspectives of public administration reforms and different ways how we can engage citizens in these reforms of major importance. We will also hear some interesting experiences from the EU. And I hope to see many of you in Belgrade, either physically or online, and we will, after this conference, also liaise with RESPA and ask them to share the invitation with all of you. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Milena. Thank you. Dear Tatiana, please, if we can shed more light on the needs of the businesses and what type of administration and systems do they need to thrive and to sustain, actually, our economies and to drive it.
Thank you, Maya. I have the challenging job or task of being the last man standing between a full conference room and a coffee break, so I will try to be as short, as summarized as possible. We have heard different experiences or views of the different economies of the Western Balkans. What is a key point or the basic line for the businesses is that we are far from where we want to be in getting the needed services from the public administration. Unfortunately, the general position of businesses is that when you have to deal with public administrations, you have to keep your expectations as low as possible so that you can prevent the possible disappointment. And this is an issue that needs improvement, and we see that constant work is being done in improving the situation. So our message to policy creators would be that if we want to achieve excellence, approach towards greater transparency in their operations, but more generally in addressing all issues on responsibility towards the services that are in bottom line being provided to the end users. The second A would address or would refer to accessibility, which is also a very important issue, as Milena mentioned, for any citizen, and even more on speed and efficient need to get what is needed as document, as service provided from the public administration. And this is even more important in light of the association that I represent, covering the Western Balkans region and dealing with the issue of supporting or encouraging cross-border economic cooperation and implementation on every of the important documents from the regional economic agenda. And this bottom line requires that all issues, all services are accessible to businesses from any of the 6 Western Balkans countries, regardless in which economy they should receive the services needed. And finally, the 30 would reflect the need of changes in the approach of the public administration when dealing with businesses or citizens as their, let's call them, customers, because the basic line scenario is that, at least theoretically, we should have relation of principal-agent in this relation, and many often, although there are exceptions, the perception is that the users of the services do not feel like they are treated as users that should receive adequate attention and being partners in achieving some of those goals. And finally, what is more important is the buzzword that has been used all throughout this morning, and that is the issue of digitalization. No need to go further into details why and what should be done. The message that the businesses have to share with state officials is work your best in improving the levels of digitalization, because that would be the solution on achieving this AAA that we are striving for. So thank you very much for the invitation and the participation.
Thank you very much for both of your perspectives. And since we are wrapping up the panel, before I really thank the ministers for your contribution and to apologize on behalf of the organizers in terms of time management, Minister Milva, you also wanted to reflect.
I would like to add only one thing. So we have listened to the panel, we all have our problems and our challenges, and I reflect for one thing that is very important. In Albania, in the e-services, we are connected 55 registered, and we have the electronic signature. It's not easy. You have to train the staff. But if we all think together, this is the world of changing. And in public administration, you cannot expect to have a digital civil servant. It's impossible. This has to start from university. So if we are discussing about a school of training public administration in Kosovo, how strong they are connected with university. In universities, we have to think about changing the mentality in preparation of students that are able to embrace digitalization. It's very important that we prepare digital citizens. It's how they are doing the work in paper, they have to do in digital platform. It is to be learned. It is not something that we can only say. And I think that the push is also to education and to universities. This is what I would like to.
No. Thank you for stressing the link with the education. And Stefan, we are now in your safe hands in terms of
Thank you. Thank you once again, dear ministers. Thank you, Maja, for the wonderful moderation. So we are going to have a coffee break. That's the good news. So the ministers, unfortunately, you have to work and to give some media statements during the coffee, but we will also get you some coffee, don't worry. So we have to shorten a little bit the coffee break, 15 minutes, and then we're approaching the highlight of today's conference, the Public Administration Award, which is going to start at 12:15. And then Alexander Heichlinger and Nora Woloch are going to be the masters of ceremony. So have a good break and see you in 15 minutes again. And once again, thank you very much. So if you please come to our video cameras so then we can get a short statement from your side. Hand over to you guys for the awards ceremony.
System. In the Western Balkans, that recognizes and promotes
Would you like to have my seat here?
outstanding initiatives in public administrations and supports building strong public governance systems. Welcome to the Public Administration Awards 2022.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished ambassadors, dear representatives of the European Commission and the EU delegations, dear Director of RESPA and Head of OECD Sigma, dear ladies and gentlemen, and dear winning teams, welcome. I could not think of a better co-host for today, Alexander Heichlinger, a fellow Austrian but living in Spain, but much more important for today, he has a lot of experience in organizing awards. He already organized the European Government Awards and the European Public Sectors Awards.
Thank you very much, Nora, for that very warm welcome and nice introduction. As also an Austrian fellow today with me, Nora Wallach, who is representing the WSA, which is a global award scheme for young entrepreneurs, startups, as well as young talents, with a very sophisticated, let's say, process from prior, during, and afterwards. I'm very happy to be here. It's getting warm, it's getting excited. I don't know whether the Prime Minister's message was so clear, and now we are having 28 degrees, or no air conditioning, or the atmosphere is getting better. I think the both of it.
Actually, this room makes me a bit nervous. Usually our audience, as mentioned before, startups, they're sitting here with hoodies and shirts with their brands. And here, I feel like at the Oscars, it's definitely the best dressed audience I ever saw. So thanks for that. Through this award, initiated by RESPA and OECD Sigma, governments and public administration initiatives in the Western Balkans are enhanced, and today we are here to celebrate the winners and their services. As Mr. Bousquet mentioned earlier, I think it's an amazing sign that also it arrives at the citizens, that they appreciate your services and your initiatives and recognize the efforts. Alex, I think you have more to tell about how we ended up here.
Absolutely. Better services for better citizens in the Western Balkans was the overall theme this year, and it has raised a lot of interest. As already mentioned before, we received 51 eligible applications, and for the first time from all 6 administrations, from all 6 economies. I think it was a great success because it's doubled almost the previous edition. Having said that, of course, as you can imagine, it was not an easy time or an easy issue to select who will be the winners, and as well as we have special recognition. For this, we have developed a methodology together with the RESPA team, which I have to thank a lot for that great cooperation, because they put so much energy in it, in the entire process, so much effort, which had several steps. First, an evaluation assessment in isolation. We came then together, it has been already mentioned by Gregor in a consensus meeting. We had a shortlist, and then we had interviews. Interviews are very important because a lot of your faces are now familiar with me, in order to verify the information, in order to check what you have put on paper is true and to add information. I think this all came then to the jury, and it was a rather easy task then to select what we have today, 3 equal winners and 8 special recognitions, which are given to 9 organizations, because 1 special recognition is for 2 organizations. More details will be again now done by Nora on these award winners.
Yes, special recognition sounds interesting. It basically recognizes in the specific area the efforts, so be it in environment, youth empowerment, the trust in government, transparency, or any other areas that you will hear later today from Alex.
Thank you.
So, are you ready to meet the winning teams? What do we have ahead? 3 winners, they're all equal, there's no ranking. I will now start to introduce the winners. You will also see a video introducing them. Then I will ask some help from the respected ministers and also from Maya to recognize and celebrate the winners. And the winners will also have the chance to address you as the audience. But we are strict in time, 2 minutes each. I'm Austrian, so we are specific in time, and I will watch that, and I will interrupt you harshly, so we can all get lunch later. And then Alex will take on with the special recognitions. Ready? I want a lot of applause for the winners. So, the first winner is coming from Montenegro. It provides an open source solution for processing consumer complaints and ensuring that they are addressed by the relevant authorities. It is efficient, innovative, and also raises the awareness of consumer rights. In the last 12 months, more than 1,000 complaints have already been resolved. To me, that sounds pretty amazing, but I think we will see more in a short video.
This independent body of Montenegrin state administration, with 24 inspectorates, has a special role in enforcing harmonized legislation and is a key stakeholder in Chapter 28, Consumer and Health Protection, and is the contact point of the Central Information System for Consumer Protection, the CISCP.
By this initiative, our team aimed to strengthen consumer confidence through faster and consistent applications for consumer protection rules and create greater opportunities for consumers and traders in Montenegro. By launching the CISCP, Montenegro has ensured conditions for consumer protection that are equal to those in the European Union. I'm very proud of my team working on this project.
CISP secures development of the modern software solution and horizontal connection of more than 15 authorities in a network of competent authorities for consumer protection, coordinating implementation for over 50 laws in consumer protection area.
Ja sam imao problem sa jednim autoservisom, problem sam prijavio online CEZAP-u, već sutradan se javio inspektor i uspjeli smo to da riješimo na najbolji mogući način. Na taj način sam uštedio i novac i vrijeme i stvarno na obostrano zadovoljstvo.
A warm round of applause for the winner. And to celebrate and recognize the winner, it is my honor to welcome on stage His Excellency Admiral Aliti, Minister of Information Society and Public Administration, North Macedonia. And you need to look into this camera. So your 2 minutes of stage time.
To thank RESPA and Sigma for recognizing the importance of the project Central Information System for Consumer Protection, or CISCP. CISCP represents a unique e-window, which is through its public part on the website www.potrošač.me, available to all citizens and enables them an easy and efficient way to exercise the consumer rights. This unique e-window is available for any kind of consumer complaint, for any competent authority on national level and in any sector to act upon it. which aims to strengthen consumer trust through faster and more efficient enforcement of consumer rules. CISCP is an accomplishment of long-term work in the consumer protection area in Montenegro, and with its implementation, Montenegro has provided conditions for consumer protection valid in the EU as well. In the coming period, it is planned the expansion of the system to all local self-government units in Montenegro, so as to provide more efficient consumer protection also in the communal services area. I'm very proud of my team, and thank you very much for this today.
Congratulations. Thank you. The next winner is a joint initiative by the central business registries from the region. It has a holistic approach, involves many stakeholders, offers all official languages plus English, and reaches the Western Balkan region, providing access to the status and financial data of 1.5 million legal and natural persons from official registries. Let's have a look at the video.
The Central Register of the Republic of North Macedonia and the 5 jurisdictions within the Bifidex regional portal are registry institutions that facilitate business entry and service business communities in their pursuit of growth and development.
The project came as a natural response to the needs of the entire regional business community for easier digital operation in their cross-border activities. With the full support of our government, under the Berlin Process initiative, we have joined forces with all our colleagues from the registries in the Western Balkans to help deliver digital data services for our business communities. We were all driven by the idea of regional interoperability between the key public institutions, while the result is purely commercial for the businesses, leaving any politics aside.
All registers in the region have specifics in data and legislation governing business operation. We managed through Bifidex to integrate them into a single digital platform, easily accessible to all businesses across the region, while in the same time sharing knowledge and good practices between our peer registers institutions.
With Bifidex, the complex business and financial analytics of companies and industries across the region now look simple and are publicly accessible. Whether looking for a business partner in the region or analyzing whole industries, all data is comparable and available in known languages and currencies. With such cross-border infrastructure in place, governments now have an asset for creation of other digital services for businesses in the common regional market.
Živimo u vreme kad su podaci praktično najvažniji resurs za donošenje odluka. Mi u PwC-u, u PricewaterhouseCoopersu, već 150 godina se bavimo podacima, njihovom obradom i njihovim prezentiranjem i pružanjem poverenja tim podacima. Smatramo da je Bifidex kao platforma koja regionalno pruža mogućnost da se ostvari uvid u sve važne informacije vezane za finansijsko izveštavanje entiteta u regionu, a u cilju opet nastojanja da se region mnogo bolje poveže ekonomski, jedna veoma, veoma važna i vredna platforma koja će svakako doprineti da se u budućnosti još više i još kvalitetnije razmenjuju informacije i njima dodaje veće vrednosti.
I think it's especially beautiful to have one of the winners as a regional initiative showing the efforts of collaboration. And it is my pleasure to welcome back on stage Maja Hanziska-Trendafilova, Director of RESPA, to honor the teams. And where are our winners? Come on stage. And we need some applause. For the picture, we do a picture together. Thank you.
Dear RESPA members, dear participants, dear all, please let me allow me to express my deepest appreciation for receiving the Public Administration Award by RESPA. I am humbled and honored to be the recipient of this year's award, which it truly belongs to all the Western Balkans project team. Special gratitude to my colleagues of the Central Registry of Republic of North Macedonia, the Serbian Business Registry Agency, the Tax Authority of Montenegro, the Albanian National Registration Center, the Agency of Intermediary, IT and Financial Service, Banja Luka, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and our operational partner, Reactive Skopje. The project came as a natural response to the needs of our business communities in their cross-border activities. Having the Berlin process as a political umbrella and EBRD as a donor gave the project tremendous support both on a political and financial level as well. The endorsement of all the governments in the region was another decisive factor for the success of the project. Several projects are planned based on the initial development, regional beneficial owners register, disqualified directors registry, unified tender dossier for the Balkans, mutual recognition of filings as per the EU company law directive, and a regional KYC register. All these initiatives have a common goal, creating of a single market and promoting transparent and competitive business environment in the Balkans. Also, special thanks to the judges panel to be considered for this RESPA award is a great honor and a privilege for all of us. Thank you all.
Thank you, and thank you, Maja. Last but not least, our third winner from Serbia. The last winner is actually awarded for 2 initiatives. The first one is an e-payment solution that is already covering 300 services. And the second service is an electronic ID, allowing citizens to electronically authenticate or sign a document. Although it has been already launched in 2022, I was impressed to learn that it already issued more than 58,000 activation codes so far. Want to hear more? Then let's have a look at the video.
Office for IT and e-government was established 5 years ago as the government service under the Prime Minister Office with a task to support digital transformation policy and rapidly deliver modern IT infrastructure and e-government services. We work hard to ensure key infrastructure such as data centers, government cloud, ICT network, registers, portals, key information systems, as well as to deliver relevant, user-centric and impactful digital services. Our results became visible very quickly. The number of our projects, scope of operations, as well as our team has been expanding over the past 5 years. However, our main focus remained the same: to leverage the potential of ICTs in benefit of our society, to make living and working in Serbia easier, as well as to make our public administration more efficient, effective, and more green. In 6 years on, export of ICT sector grew from 600 million to 2.5 billion euros and exceeded the export of agricultural and products of services. Our team is proud for taking part in such development by supporting digital transformation policy with necessary infrastructure, expertise, hundreds of IT systems and solutions produced, and millions of services delivered.
For digital service provision, the ability to authenticate, pay for a service and sign a document digitally is fundamental. Our file signature, that is our qualified certificate for electronic signature in the cloud, and our pay service for simple and easy payment of fees and taxes support these key service stages in a simple, mobile and user-friendly manner. They are also offered completely free of charge. Our users no longer have to worry about obtaining smart card readers or about installing software for qualified certificate. I personally consider this moment to be a milestone in digital transformation and digital uptake in Serbia.
Imala sam jako prijatno iskustvo sa uslugama Plati. Muž i ja smo se skoro preselili i morali smo hitno da promenimo prebivalište. Znali smo da možemo online da zakažemo termin, ali prosto nismo imali vremena za to. U 7:30 uveče došli smo u MUP, međutim šalter je zatvoren. Dobili smo tamo na licu mesta informaciju da to možemo da uradimo online. Platili smo online, uplata se odmah videla, mi smo završili sve za 15 minuta. Takođe, morali smo da menjamo pasoše, tako da smo i to uradili u veoma kratkom roku. Ono što je meni u stvari kao preduzetnici najbitnije jeste što sada imam mogućnost da koristim svoj digitalni potpis preko mobilnog telefona jer se on nalazi na cloudu. I sada mogu da zaobiđem ulazak u bilo koju instituciju gde treba da dam svoj potpis. Sve mogu da uradim online samo korišćenjem svog mobilnog telefona. Hvala vam.
Hvala, even I understand that. So, a warm welcome to His Excellency Josip Grubeja, Minister of Justice, Bosnia and Herzegovina, to celebrate the winners with me. And winning team on stage, please. I think it's especially wonderful that we award so many women today.
Absolutely, very good.
Thank you very much. Awarded solutions are the result of the collective effort of the entire team of the Office for IT and the Government of Serbia. We remain in the service of our citizens and will certainly continue to harness the potential of ICTs to make their lives easier and better. I would like to thank you, OECD, Sigma, and RESPA for recognizing our achievements as one of the key digital transformation drivers in the region. This was made possible thanks to great leadership of our director, Mr. Mihailo Jovanovic, and strong support of our Prime Minister, Ms. Ana Brnabić. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, we met our 3 winning projects and continue with the special recognitions. And to introduce you to the special recognitions, I'm handing over to Alex.
Thank you very much, Nora. It's getting colder again, but the atmosphere still remains warm and hot. Before I announce the special recognition, I have a similar approach. I would like to invite Maya again on the stage, as well as Nick Tace from the OECD Sigma, because they will hand over the certificates for the special recognition. The approach will be like this. I will announce and present the 8 special recognition, give us some points of appreciation and strengths on it, while, let's say, the team is coming up, and then we hand it over, and of course we have time also for a group picture. And it will be visualized also with some very nice pictures. If you're ready, I would start with the first special recognition for the trust in public administration. It goes to the Public Procurement Commission of Albania e-complaint project. Please come to the stage. It is an initiative demonstrating a clear dedication to improve the functioning of public administration, forward-looking and effective. We have encountered several tangible results. Reduction of complaints, related costs estimated at $50 complaints, increase of quality, as well as going down the number of appeals. While we had the appeals in the previous stage around 30 to 40%, now it goes down to 9%. In addition, this process is fully digitalized, it is simple, it is tracking accessibility, transparency is throughout the process. As such, an excellent showcase for trust building in a very special area of government that is public procurement. Thanks a lot and congratulations. Thank you. The picture. You can make a group picture if you want. No, no, no. Okay, let's go to the second one. The special recognition, the second one goes for transparency in public administration, a web platform called e-consultation from the Ministry of Justice of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Please come up to the stage. The Ministry of Justice of Bosnia and Herzegovina is the first state body in Bosnia and Herzegovina having implemented the rules of the Council of Ministers of Bosnia and Herzegovina for having consultations in drafting any legal regulation. It is in place since 2017 and improving constantly. In this context, it's very important the effect of inclusivity because it does not only have e-consultation but maintains the face-to-face meetings for those who are not, as we have heard before, let's say, digital literates. It has a very high potential for transferability within the region, as well as has already received some visits and does some transferability. The code is owned by the government, and therefore the maintenance is secured. In addition to the sustainability, an inspiring case for the big puzzle of e-participation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Congratulations and thank you. The next one, we have another one, special recognition for adaptive reuse and replicability of good practice. We always hear you can adopt other good practices and add features. For the project e-Baby, electronic registration of a child in the Republic of Srpska, Bosnia and Herzegovina, from the Ministry of Scientific and Technological Development, Higher Education and Information Society. Please come up to the stage. Congratulations. It is the very first initiative that covers up the entire service life event in Bosnia-Herzegovina. It has achieved remarkable results in terms of less time spent by the parents to register a child, and of course also getting very valuable, accurate data in the entire process. It is fully digitalized as well. It is in, let's say, in force since 2020. And what is very remarkable, when it's the COVID time, it has increased to 2,500 registrations, has been used already in this weather. We have also a public-private company, a public-private partnership component inside. Why we? Because not only engaging the public hospitals, but also the private hospitals are equally participating. It is a real showcase of transferability or adoption of best practices. Even if we know it from other countries, like my home country, we also have a similar one. It has been taken up by Finland already for best practice toolbox as well as books, and therefore I think it's worth this prize. Thanks a lot and congratulations. The next one, a special recognition we heard already before, even if the air conditioning is on, going green for the green responsiveness as well as vision. For the project NASA Gorica from the capital city Podgorica from Montenegro. Congratulations. It is an online initiative, a lot of digitalization projects we received to mobilize resources, that means money and volunteers from the population in response to a disaster situation. As some of you probably know, the very beautiful environmental hill close to Podgorica has, let's say, suffered from a fire, and in nothing it has been restored with the help of money and also the volunteers of that work. It is also very strong in social media presence. They have 30,000 followers. That means it's one of the most followed web and now used also for other things, not only for that specific issue in the entire country. What is important here, the voluntary work of the population has created a strong co-ownership, and the public administration sees these people as the constant rangers protecting now the entire environment in Podgorica. I don't need to say that is a very green-minded mayor they may have, because not only about that part, but also they have been now placed number 5 in the European City Urban Awards, as well as they are forming part of the 100 net zero cities of the EU missions, 100 climate neutral and smart cities 2030. Greener it cannot be. Congratulations. Thanks a lot. The number 5, we have a special recognition for back-end enabler for digital transformation and enhanced adaptability. National Population Register from our host here, North Macedonia, the Ministry of Information Society and Administration. The National Population Register is a backbone of the National Portal of e-Services. We heard already before the entire, let's say, efforts behind. And it works as a database which integrates data from several registers, consolidate them using artificial intelligence, send automatic messages to the owners, register, etc. It has, since it is in work, 0 errors in data processing and shared occurred since the national plan was put in force with this solution. National Population Register has increased satisfaction of the data user, and as such is a very proactive and flexible solution to all of these challenges we encountered now with digitalization and post-COVID. Again, congratulations and thanks a lot. What I had said before, now we come to the 6th special recognition, and this goes to 2 organizations, but for an extremely important, let's say, in our society element is for youth empowerment and employment. We have here 2 projects. The one is called Candidate Corners, and the other one is the Student Professional Practice in Public Administration Fair, both coming from Serbia, from the Serbian government. One from the Ministry of Public Administration, Local Self-Government, and the other one from the Human Resource Management Service. Please come to the stage while I try both projects to outline their point of appreciation. The Candidate Corner is, from my point of view, a unique one. I haven't seen them in many of the EU countries, where they try to centralize all vacancy for the public sector. But not only putting the jobs in place and a vacancy offer, but it also already, you get tutorials, you get videos, you can even test whether you may have the right skills to then apply for a public job. It has a very large audience, especially also in the young population, because there is a twofold objective behind it. One is, of course, to retain the young people in Serbia and also to get back those who are in unemployment into the labor market, in this case, to the public administration. Personally, I admire the dedication, internal drive of the entire human resource management team. When we interviewed them, it was completely multidisciplinary, different generation were there, a lot of passion, and therefore it improves the image of the public sector, at the same time not only providing employment, as well as is a tool to make the public sector modern and friendly. In the case of the fair, the Student Professional Practice Administration Fair, they go in the same direction, also to make the public sector an attractive, let's say, employer. It has a different, it works together with 5 universities in Serbia, has 18 bodies participate in the first fair, and now they are up to 71 bodies participating in 2022. So over 37,000 attendees online and face-to-face. This is success. Interested in entering the public sector. From that point of view, accessibility, inclusiveness has been also ensured. Why? Because the students, those who go there, have been included already in the design of the fair, of that service. All of that, a very good example to address youth unemployment and employment successfully and make the public sector attractive and to retain the people in the country, which I heard is still very high and people are leaving, which is always a pity. Thanks again. High potential for applicability as well as good projects. Congratulations. We are coming up to the almost last one, 2 more to go. Special recognition for accessibility and inclusiveness goes to the municipality of Vrača, again in Serbia, for the project of intermunicipal cooperation improvement with an aim in strengthening the capacity of the service, mobility and communication support. It's a very long title. It was not very sexy, if I have to say, or short, simple, but it says a lot. What do they offer? It is, again, a web portal. Please come up to the stage, which has one single point of contact at one side and also an info for all app, especially offering all kind of information, transport information, weather information, services for people with disability, those who are lagging behind, those vulnerable groups in the society. And it was very fantastic because it's part of an overall strategy, and the overall strategy also covers gender equality, young people, elderly, etc. And what is nice also in that project, and this was also highly scored, 3 permanent employees have a person, so disability, but they were there from the service design, in the service delivery, so it is inclusive, it is accessible, and it has been done for those who will use it afterwards. All of all, it is funded by the state funds. It also has received, for example, let's say support from the Standing Conference of Towns and Municipality, therefore high transferability, and a very good example of cross-municipal, cross-border. Sometimes we still have borders between the municipal, cross-municipal cooperation. Congratulations and thank you very much. And last but not least, and then I give back to Nora, we have a special recognition for enhanced and ensured stability and continuity for a fantastic project called AD. Those who are the project owners, they know it already. It's a tax administration portal from the tax administration, Minister of Finance, Labor, Tax Administration from Kosovo. Please come up to the stage. Congratulations. Again, holistically designed and implemented, included those stakeholders who have a lot to do with the tax administration, professional associations, accountants, Chamber of Commerce. All is digitalized. We heard already before that 95–97% of all the services in the Kosovo are digitalized. In these years, the first time all the tax returns will do digital as well. It has a very adaptive solution in terms of software application. Why do I say that? Because in the COVID times, immediately all the different companies, they could apply online for those subsidies which they are obliged to when, let's say, the crisis came up. I think it's a fantastic project as well. It has also, in addition, knowledge management component inside. It means all that information is used, not only inside, also with, for training, for retaining the talent inside. Software programmers are, of course, not easy to get in the private market, but they have been, let's say, retained in there, in the public administration, and have developed it. Again, congratulations, and thank you very much. Nora, I think we had
I realize
good time.
I had the easy task. How much text you had to read. I think that deserves an applause.
I tried my best.
But what I actually wanted to share, and I think it's really important, we got the winners, the special recognitions, everybody got a nice picture, a momentum on stage, a nice video, all the recognition, but what is next? Actually, today starts a whole joint innovation and educational journey. And the highlight of the journey will be a visit to Barcelona, an educational visit, not only a touristic visit. For touristic things, you can then ask Alex. He's the local specialist there. So, Alex, what is the first step of this learning journey? When do we actually start?
I didn't know that you disclosed this top secret, the destination, because we will discuss that tomorrow. As we say, this is only now the first moment of a journey, a joint journey with the RESP and with the OECD. Tomorrow morning we will have already a dialogue, an open dialogue, how we can, let's say, continue that journey. Not only having now, here is the end and everybody goes home, but how can we create together a community of inspirational practices? How can RESP, OECD, and the European Commission benefit also from those practices outside the European, but soon will be in, and share, exchange, transfer, etc. This is the overall objective and the aim, and I invite all those, I think now 13 organizations altogether, to meet tomorrow at 8:30 again, because then we start this dialogue, and I think it's good, it's very positive.
And we meet in this room.
Exactly.
Maya, what happened in the further future?
Very briefly, I mean, so dear all, I mean, of course, those of you in the room, but those of you following us online, but also those that had to stay and really work diligently in their public administration offices and desks. It is actually your ideas and your initiatives that have moved this flagship to a qualitatively different level this year, of which we are all proud. And for us in RESPA, this is not just a one-off event that we think of every 2 years. So really it is an extremely positive agenda that we want to continuously nourish, improve, and we hope that you will be our allies on this path. So with so much replicability potential among all the solutions, we will continue to both support and network and try to transfer the experiences and the solutions as part of this community of good practices, of inspirational, whatever you decide to name it tomorrow as part of the open dialogue. We are firm believers in the regional approach, so we'll continue with this agenda. So I'm just inviting everyone to stay tuned for the next biannual, of course, edition, but also to look forward in the meantime for all the actions. Take pride, now take a moment of reflection. Take pride in your solutions and in your achievements, really shine on and continue with these positive examples and excel. And we will be more than honored to be part of this journey. So thank you very much for this. Thank you.
We will have a group picture now.
Thank you.
Before lunch, I think we will have time. Do we have time?
Yes. So we know what happens tomorrow morning and in the future, and Stefan will help us what will happen right now.
Okay, thank you very much, Nora. Thank you very much, Alex. So nicely done. So what a dynamic, Alex and Nora, you brought here into our conference. Shine on, Maya, you said it right now. We would like to invite all the winning teams and also the teams of special recognition to join us on stage to have a family photo of all winning projects and the specially recognized initiatives. So that will be your moment of glory to shine on and to give inspirations for all the others in the region. So please join us here on stage. And okay, so we have two stairs here. You can also come this way. And colleagues, so my German genes were coming through. So in terms of time management, so we were a little bit ahead of our agenda, but right now we catch up, and we will have our lunch break in 2 minutes. Just hold on. So you have to get a little bit closer to each other, physically, but also in terms of project collaboration, dear colleagues. And now, okay, thank you very much. So we have our lunch break, dear colleagues. It's going to be served on the 5th floor. Please take the lift, the ladies with high heels, and the gentlemen, they will take the stairways. So just one story under it. And we will continue at 2 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch, bon appetit, and see you back here at 2 o'clock. And shine on, dear colleagues. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. So we have our panelists already up here on stage. So everything is fine with you? Yeah? So just missing one more person here up on stage. And then we are good to go. Hello, Florian. Great to have you with us. So once again, a very warm welcome back. Hopefully you had a good lunch, you refreshed yourself, and you are ready for our next panel discussion. So we thought we really organize it as an exchange and as a discussion. So that's why I would like to ask our speakers to stick for the first statement for about 5 to 6 minutes. So then we will have some time for a further round, and I invite you also to refer to the points which were made previously by the other speakers. So the topic which we are picking up this afternoon is right now walking the talk, future-proof public administration reform. So we heard about all the laws which are in place, which have been changed recently. So that's good, but we would like to get a little bit more concrete and to elaborate also about important framework conditions in the region, in the different countries, and to elaborate a little bit, so how can we get future-proof in our reform efforts. So an honor for me to have this panel of experts and representatives from different organizations in the region. And so we will have at the end also once again some reflections by 2 colleagues coming from the region. So I will invite you then before we will have our coffee break to have some reflections from your very own perspective. So what you heard and so what was reported from our colleagues here on stage. So I would like to invite our first speaker, and that is Dejan Miletic, Director of the National Academy of Public Administration, coming from the Republic of Serbia. Dejan, hold on, I will just introduce first the others. Florian Hauser is with us, Team Leader for Public Administration Reform from DG NEAR of the European Commission. So we already heard the statement of your colleague, and perhaps you can pick up some ideas and elaborate further. We have Elida Rezi with us. Hello, Elida. So you are Governance and Public Administration Officer in the Division of Public Institutions and Digital Government of the United Nations. Great to have you with us. Marco Ungaro is sitting close to me, the director of the European Institute for Public Administration based in Maastricht. So Marco, great to have you with us. Nikola Prokopenko, senior member of the Regional Anti-Corruption Initiative, RAI, and you're sitting there in the steering group. And we have Kelman Sayasi, the director of the Network of Associations of Local Authorities of Southeast Europe, known as NALAS, a very important institution in the region. Good. So right now, everyone had lunch, so we can relax. And perhaps we can also share some secrets, some more backgrounds. And Dejan, we were already preparing ourselves during the lunch break. And Dejan, let's start once again with some figures. So the National Academy of Public Administration is the central institution of the system of professional development in the Republic of Serbia. Since your establishment in 2018, you have organized more than 1,200 different kinds of trainings. Wow. And if we sum it up, it comes to 40,000 participants in the different seminars, workshops, conferences which you organize. So that's really remarkable. So you are training the civil servants for the 21st century. And 21st century we heard about, so it's all about digital tools, digital skills and competencies. And you have to also integrate that into your curriculum and the way how you train your participants. So can you give us a little bit insights how your institution is also dealing with this challenge of digital training and knowledge management and knowledge sharing?
First of all, I would like to thank Stefan for those sounding words, like music for my ears. Maybe you are going to work in our academy one day, who knows, because we are dealing with the best people in our society. As Maya mentioned at the beginning of our conference, we need to be honest and to be concrete and precise, Maya. Maybe I'm wrong. Because of that, I need to change those figures which I heard previously in a best manner, in good attitude, but they are not precise. And we are living in a dynamic world full of changes, and those figures have been changed meanwhile. We can discuss about 1,600 of trainings and also 50,000 of trained people or participants of our trainings. It's a little bit more than you have mentioned, but I wanted to show you how dynamic is development in our organization, what we are doing and how those processes are developing. First of all those figures, I believe you will think that I have genius in my National Academy, or our National Academy, people who are very wise, intelligent, capable to do anything, and you're right. You're right. Of course, we have excellent team. That's very important to have if you want to respond to challenging time. But actually, the main issue was dedication of our government. Dedication to make reform, dedication to modernize our civil service, our public service, and also to digitalize. That is the strategic decision, which also corresponds with development of our institution, which is, as Stefan mentioned, 4 years old. What does it mean, actually? That means that we had full financial support, full understanding of what we need to do, and also international organizations helped us to build our institution in a way how the National Academy looks like today. What is very important to mention? It was not problematic to build a building, to have hardware, to look for the software, and to find adequate software which is going to support your vision and what we need to do. But the most important are people. People who are working in academy and people who need to implement reforms from local level to the state level. And we needed to deal with the people. Methodology of our work and maybe success of our work is one point that we entered to the local communities, we entered to the different organizations in our government, trying to promote our work, to show to the people what they have, which resource, which is, by the way, I don't know whether it is the same in all the other countries in the region, but it is free of charge. You know, this is on a government budget. And they need to use, to improve themselves, to build their capacities. And we go step by step trying to one way to explain what we are doing, what we want to do, what we want to achieve, and how those changes are going to reflect to the job of civil servants. That was a very difficult task, especially when we come to the place that people are not used to changes, to change something. New things are scared for the people. They don't want to do anything which is going to change their possibility to have comfort, not to learn something more. It is not something we are used to, actually. And we need to change the idea of long-lasting learning, the life-lasting learning. That's a very important issue. And step by step, at the beginning it was very hard. Right now it's easier and become more easier and acceptable for the people. Right now, I told you about some figures, but every day we have 50 civil servants in our premises or online. Every day we are educating or training, we have trainings for our civil servants, more than 50 people. It is something for such a young institution very good, I believe so. Also, it was challenging how to close our programs to the civil servants. We need to brand our institution, to organize some conferences, some speeches, to show that our academy is a place where civil servants are at home, first of all, and second, that there is a mystical place where knowledge and innovations are creating and something is happening down there. People like to have mysteries, like to have to be part of the project which is successful and so on and so on. This is a psychological issue. And we did a lot in PR, in promotion of our programs as well, and also media. We included media as much as it is possible. It is not something which is impressive for the media, what we are doing, but we need to, you need to find a way how to do that. Also, we try to modernize our programs and also to look for the opportunity how to measure the outcome of our work. It is the most complex issue. How you are going to measure, you are going to train people and how they are going to implement that knowledge. It is something which is very hard, but we are trying, we are doing our best how to try to use people to respond afterwards what they have implemented, how they have implemented it. That is something new as well. Very important issue because we are talking about digitalization. We started very soon, before the COVID, because our government has vision what they want to do with the modernization of our government. And when the COVID started, we already have LMS, Learning Management System. And I want to thank, right now is Maya. Then it was not Maya, but RESPA helped us. It's also a very joint project which was very successful. We managed LMS to be innovative, very useful. We have e-classroom in our LMS system and so on and so on. Right now, I have seen Stefan with 1 minute, and I need to shorten the whole everything I'm talking. But you know, right now, our academy has 60 self-paced programs. Programs from the beginning till the end, you are going to receive your certificate as you have completed your program. Also, we focused on small bites, we call them, small bites of knowledge. And we managed to have Naju Infoteka, we are calling that, about 100 video clips with small part of knowledge, 2 to 5 minutes. This is also something new. And also, we have right now 200 also very interesting graphs which are going to simplify the whole process and to give you short picture, qualitative picture, what they need to do in some processes. Nevertheless, I will shorten my speech right now, but I wanted to stress one very important thing. This challenging time needs strong countries, needs strong institutions. And those institutions are people who are working in those institutions. There we come on National Academy or similar academies. They need to support the building of capacities of civil servants. That's a very complex task. This is not day-by-day work. This is strategic work. And we also need to be sure that cooperation on that path is very important. RESPA is doing a very good job, actually, because the exchange of the knowledge is the most important thing. You may count on our National Academy. You may knock on our doors, and those doors are going to open for you. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Dejan Militic. So you raised our appetite for the small bits of knowledge, and we know where to knock.
Are you satisfied?
Yeah, absolutely. That was perfect. Florian Hauser, so DG NEAR, so you and your team at the European Commission, on a daily basis, you are monitoring what's going on in the context of public administration reform. So you're gathering a lot of data. So you're extracting also a lot of knowledge on public administration reform. So what is happening where? So and I can imagine that there is a wealth of knowledge, but to manage it and to extract always the nuggets is not that easy. So we call that concept knowledge management, right? So to identify the nuggets, which is popular in many countries, to somehow identify these little bits and pieces. So perhaps you can elaborate a little bit on this knowledge and on public administration reform, and which patterns do you see if you look at the different reform initiatives or the programs that are taking place in the region? Florian.
I wasn't prepared for that question. I prepared to tell you how to future-proof administrations, but I can also answer your question if you want. Let me first share a few ideas how to future-proof public administration. I think you have to adapt to stay relevant. Yeah? And if we are dealing with organizations, and if you look at industry, and you look at the stock exchange from 50 years ago and today, 2/3 of the companies don't even exist anymore that were maybe the most important companies 50 years ago, like Kodak. Yeah? And the young people will not know what Kodak was, and I'm old, so we know that was the most important photo film company. Yeah? You die. Now, can the administration die? The state will stay on, probably, but it might not be relevant anymore. If your young people want to leave the country, you're not relevant to them. If you don't trust the country or the government, you're not relevant on a macro level. And on a micro level, if young people or young talent, yeah, it's not just people, it's the Prime Minister mentioned the type of skills you need, not just IT skills, but also knowing languages, being actually good managers, good coordinators. If young talent doesn't want to work for you, you're just not relevant anymore. And that reminds me, I asked my children, they're teenagers, would you like to work for the European Commission? And they said, no way, it's horrible. It's dusty, it's a bureaucracy, you know, but they're really interesting. They want to help improve the world, but they don't want to work for a big administration. Yeah? So I think to stay relevant, you need to also ask yourself, you know, how can we be an attractive employer for these people, and do we know who the attractive employers are, and how can we make the state more attractive? And you might say, oh, but this is really difficult because we're just hierarchies and that's just the way it is. But it's not true. We were, even within Belgium, there's a centralized concours, and then after the concours, the people can choose which ministry to work for. And I think over 80% of the graduates wanted to work for the Ministry of Social Affairs because it was just very innovative and modern and flexible, and it had new ways of working. Maybe to link more to your question, I think very relevant for the region is that you have more delegation of authority. It's very top-heavy. Everybody looks to the leader, the manager. You have to ask, you know, can I go to the toilet? Can I? Do you want red or blue flowers for the conference? That's not the business of the manager. So there needs to be much more delegation, autonomous teams. You have to. It's a team of teams. You have to create a vision and principles within which then teams can operate without micromanagement. Yeah. So I think that I managed to combine here what I wanted to say and what you are asking me. The other thing that is again relevant to answer your question, and my other point is, we need to have a different mindset and a culture of cooperation that is multi-sectoral. You know, we always talk about silos. We have many ministries. Sometimes we have more and more ministries. Maybe we don't even need them, you know, and they're established also for the wrong reason. But if you look at the problems the state has to solve today and in the future, is it pandemics, geopolitical insecurities, energy crisis, climate change, I would put as number one. This is not a silo problem. It's not a problem of the Ministry of Environment. It's a social problem. It's an economic problem. It's an everything problem. And most problems are like that. So you know, I'm not saying get rid of the silos or get rid of ministries, but as my colleague Louis Moileman calls it, you have to teach the silos to dance. We need a different culture of collaboration. And this brings me to my next point that I think combines also the young talent and the collaboration, is we need, because we don't have, basically it's all a resource problem. If we had all the money in the world, we could run everything, but we always struggle to have enough resources to pay people properly and what have you. And you need to see how you can pool resources above the silos. So one example is in Canada, they try to bring young millennials, young talent into the administration to work on specific projects to solve problems. And then they all left again because they said, oh, it's horrible, it's hierarchical and bureaucratic. And then they thought, what else can we do? And they created something that they call the free agents. And it was a pool of smart entrepreneurs, and they would put them on specific projects. Yeah? And more, your work is not anymore just in the procedure, but you do special projects to fight crisis, to do this and that. And then by pooling that, and these talents could work outside the traditional hierarchies, and they really enjoyed that. Yeah? And I want to mention another initiative that is maybe a bit similar, and something for you to reflect. So traditionally, we consider that we work in hierarchies, yeah? But the reality is we work in hierarchies, we work with markets, so we more and more outsource, yeah? And we also work in networks, yeah? The Prime Minister also mentioned we have different partners, we work with NGOs and so on. So this requires also different skills, yeah? Sometimes the administration is so weak that they cannot manage well the partners or steer them in the right direction. So this type of facilitation, steering, management skills are very important. And the other thing is, you know, we pay our people very little. We reduce our staff because of all kinds of pressures, and we outsource everything to consultants. And in several countries, you had now scandals. One is called McKinsey Gate, yeah, in France, in Germany. And then, for example, in Germany, the Ministry of Finance created an internal consultancy called Partnership Germany, PD. And I'm not sure how external consultants perceive that, but I think it's a very interesting model because it keeps the knowledge inside the administration. They get very good people. Whole departments of McKinsey, Pricewaterhouse actually move there because there's better work-life balance, because they don't make profit. So you get good value for money, and you retain all the knowledge for change management and structural and reforms in the administration. And it's a very big partnership. Every ministry and regions and cities can become a partner. So these type of resource centers are important. To mention one, in the Commission, we have our joint research, our science service, joint research center, and we have a one-stop shop for collaboration. So every time we have collaboration between different policy services, they can give advice how to work together, how to break the silos. So these type of central resources. We also have a resource center for moderation, facilitation for big events, for structuring big participatory processes. Yeah? And these are the type of skills that you need. So, and I think these ideas could be useful also for the region. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Florian, for improvising a little bit on my unexpected question, but I think you already pointed out very well initiatives that helped us to get future-proof. So, Lida, so you told me yesterday that you were coming back in the region, so you left a little bit the region for a time, and right now you can see already all the changes that take place and all the initiatives that help us to get future-proofed. So, and we have here also in the title the Vision 2030. So, and you are an expert working on the Sustainable Development Goals. So, which should be reached by 2030. So, we are right now in the midpoint of the implementation process. So we know all the crises which we experience these days, the virus, etc. So they are somehow hampering or somehow giving a certain threat to the accomplishment of the SDGs, the 17 goals, and where strong institutions and a strong public administration is one of the key aspects. So, Elida, I would be very interested in learning from you, from your perspective. So, can we somehow get back on a fast track to implement the SDGs? And what is part of your vision for the upcoming years? So, where should we concentrate on?
Thank you so much, Stefan. You're putting us to the same challenge as Florian, with the formulation of question a little bit different. But I will stand up to that. And once again, thank you for mentioning coming back to the region, because I've been for about 18 years working for the United Nations in New York, but my really initial experience with development in an open world came from the region. This comeback somehow, very partial I should mention, we still work at the global scale, is thanks to RESPA. And I really would like to thank them for a continuous partnership and a dedication to make sure that they bring to the region the best experience wherever it sits. And they build knowledge and expertise both on the training and workshop, as Dijan rightly mentioned, but also on the policy perspective and research. And I'm very grateful to witness that that is being continuously increased. Congratulations to my colleagues of RESPA, and once again, thank to RESPA and Sigma for always keeping us involved. Nick as well, and Gregory, with whom we have been working in other regions for a long time now. You rightly mentioned the SDGs was quite an ambitious goal, and reaching that level of consensus through a very open participatory approach, rather than top-down approach as the MDGs used to be, was quite a huge achievement. The countries were doing their best, as many of the countries in the region, to work and channel their long-term vision and strategies. It looked long-term, actually, in 2015, because it was 15 years. And most of the plans in the region normally go by 4, 5 years, but it wasn't only the SDGs. It was the climate change Paris Agreement that was achieved within the same year. And we have Sendai framework within the same years. And we had Addis framework within the same year. All of them kind of shouldering each other and making sure that the world was tackling the challenges from the global level to the national and local level all together. So the knowledge build, the experiences build could have been properly shared. And work was being done on the other question that you mentioned in the policy coherence. A lot of countries that we work were struggling on how to make sure that the dancing silos were in place rather than silos that needed to be broken. And that was not easy. That remains a challenge for a long time. And the financial resources and many other, I can go on and list. I wish you would have given me half a day and a few sessions. But I'll make it very short, and I'll say that the crisis that happened was shocking to the system in a good and bad way. It was bad in a way that we all had to reshape our life and deal with the virus that no one would ever want it. But it was good in a way that shows that wherever the institutions were strong and independent, not highly politicized, the response to the crisis was the best. We can say that clearly after 2 years. Therefore, I can't emphasize enough the importance of building strong institutions to that one. And going back to that, I would give you an example in which I had a personal experience. Before the crisis started, the COVID crisis started, we were working into the Secretary General of the United Nations, seeing the large-scale digitalization and the changes that could come to the world in very short term, established what we called the Interagency Working Group. There was a group on the future of education, there was a group on the future of health, there was a group on the future of food, and so on. I happen to be part of an interagency group of 26 UN entities on the future of education. So we're trying to build all the knowledge that each of the agency has created, given their mandate, on how we can benefit from digitalization and harmonize to a certain degree and kind of see what would be what we called the provision of the government, the ability of the government to provide digital platforms for the education, and the ability of the whole government, actually, to uptake on that, where the teachers prepare, where the system overall prepare, was the online education properly recognized. We were working on a 10 years timeline, sending the proposal and the strategy to what we have like an internal body, which is like the Parliament of the internally of the United Nations, of over 100 UN entities. So we were really working on a 10 years plan, trying to train everyone and build knowledge on everyone we need. And then COVID came, and everything happened over less than 1 year. The platforms were there, the application were provided, the recognition and the training of the teacher took place because education is a human right, because education is a basic public service, and because the silos were broken. So we had the Ministry of Finance providing for whoever needed the computers. You assume they don't have. We had the training taking place online to the teachers while they were teaching the students. So we practically had everyone involved. It was a very good lesson. We don't need to wait for another crisis, COVID or not COVID related, to have that kind of mobilization toward a common goal, because everyone wanted their kids to continue education. That is a very, very big lesson. And that's what we carry on in the future when it comes to how the public services should be designed. We know we are prone to many shocks. This is not new, and I don't want to bring a kind of pessimistic scenarios. But we really have to make sure that the civil servants and the public institutions are prepared to tackle that by being agile, by being resilient, by ensuring that political transformation is met. Thanks for 1 minute. I'll be wrapping up. And by making sure that the data is shared. Think about if the data was not shared during COVID. And that the mechanism of cross-sector to ensure policy coherence are in place. And that comes to, again, to the importance of institutional building. And I will have much to say into that, especially on the need to build capacities, to strategic foresight, and all of that. But I would like to look at it from another perspective for which we at the UN have been working intensively. We talk about skills and knowledge, but I do remember in one of the meetings in Africa, one of the ministers mentioned something. He said, I can have all the technology in the world, but I need only one public servant at the border to shut the computers for 1 minute. That's all it takes. We talk about the core values. And that brings to another very important point, which is something that the Secretary General is emphasizing strongly, is intergenerational perspective. It's perspective of looking at the public policy we do today with the eyes of our kids and see how it's going to affect that. And I would like to just close it with a saying of Mother Teresa, whose hometown is Skopje. And it says that if you'd like to change the world, you have to go and love your family. So if a public servant will go home and kind of look at their kids and say, whatever I did today, it shows ethic, values, and it's going to make the life of my kids better, then we have built the institutions that we are looking forward, the one that would tend to be future-proof. And I'm closing here.
Thank you very much. Elida Rizzi. Marco Ungaro is with us, director of IPA. Last year was a special year, so celebrating 40 years of IPA. So your institute was set up in 1981. I guess you also have a broad network of former participants of your different training courses, so a European network of practitioners that were trained at IPA. So across borders, because all your groups are European, coming from different countries, so you are somehow representing cross-national and cross-institutional cooperation, networking and exchange. So perhaps you can elaborate a little bit on this cooperation between institutions. So as we heard, perhaps we can't break silos, but we can make them dance. Perhaps also your participants and the institutions are dancing, and perhaps to elaborate also a little bit, so what could IPA do also in the region to bring in perhaps also new ideas, new impulses for capacity building? Marco, please switch on your
Turn
mic.
on the microphone. I'm very bad with microphones. And by the way, I'm speaking long, so don't hesitate to cut me. Yes, as you said, we are really the expert, if I can say, in kind of cooperation. We have been there for 40 years. We worked with EU institutions, we work with the countries, and our vision is bridge the capitals between them and bridge European institutions with the capitals. That's very much one of the missions we have. Cooperation for me is a must today. We are speaking about future-proof administration. What is characterizing all the world is not only the public administration, it's the pace at which everything evolves. It's faster and faster. So really, to be future-proof, we need to be able to react fast and in a flexible way. Cooperating cuts through all the reinventing of the solutions in every single market. Now, this morning, Daniele Dotto from DG Reform was mentioning that he was in a different world than the one he was usually, but the two worlds are very close. We worked a lot with the current member states. We are here with the candidate countries, and in the end, when we see the reforms the member states have to go through and the reforms that have to be implemented here, there is a lot of similarities. So we can take the examples coming from DG Reform, for example, and extend these examples. I mean, it's not a case if, and especially with the strong impulse of Daniele, he has set up a number of new ways of working. For example, he has set up an expert group from where every single country is represented to speed up the reforms, to look what are the needs, how to tackle things. He is now also managing the TSI, this instrument, and he is asking explicitly to have multi-country projects. That's one of the things that he is pushing. Next to that, we, as AIPA, but also other schools, we are part of networks existing, and I've seen the colleagues from the Western Balkans being at the DISPA meeting. So DISPA is the network of the national schools. We are also part of the DUPAN, the Directors General. So there are places where a lot of the exchanges are taking place, and more we are pushing for that. But that stays also to the level of Directors General, leaders, etc. And I think Dijan has said something very important. It's also about people, the people down in the trenches who have to do the things. So to me, there are other networks that are important. It's the people, the practitioners, the people who are doing the things and making things happen. We have seen this morning the awards. Congratulations. We also running European awards at AIPA, and that's a way also to share knowledge. We have engaged since this year into dissemination of knowledge. So that's a project we have ongoing with the Commission, where we had 14 conferences ongoing on the specifics of the awards. But also we have put in place a platform for sharing knowledge that's extremely important from that point of view as well. Then there is another one that was also mentioned this morning. This is the CAF network, so the quality framework for the public administration, which we are coordinating at European level. This is a network that works extremely well, where practitioners are meeting twice a year, where they really share experience, where they look to the things they want to do together. I've been doing this. Oh, why I should not be doing it in the same way, etc. And by the way, we are now opening the CAF network to the Balkan countries. I was discussing this morning for Albania, where they have received a few days ago, but apparently the virus had stopped our messages, the process to engage with them. So this is some of the examples that are very important, very practical, where things are happening. Now, just to say, why is it important? I mentioned speed. Speed, I mean, cutting, I mean, all the rediscovery of things is important. It allows to avoid, obviously, the mistakes that somebody else could have done in implementing things. But there is also the nature of this world that is changing. I mean, it's not a surprise. I mean, the COVID crisis, the current crisis, we see that the topics are more and more cross-borders. I mean, healthcare, energy, we see more and more in the newspaper the solution is in Europe, not in the single country. So that's important that the people know to get to know each other, work together, work along the same methods. But if I go back to the people where things happen, it's also important to collaborate, because I believe I've been doing change management for 25 years. I've been one of these consultants. I don't know who mentioned the bad consultants from McKinsey. I was not in McKinsey, but a similar company. And if you want things happening, is not by beating on the head of people top down and saying you have to do it. It's rather to convincing them. If you don't convince the people, that doesn't work. And who is best to convince a person to do something? A peer, somebody who does the same thing somewhere else. So that's where, in the end, you get things moving. And that works a lot. That avoids very much what we used to call as consultant the non-invented ear syndrome. People just don't want to do things because it's not my stuff, they don't understand. While respecting as well the cultural differences, the different ways of doing in the countries. There as well, too much top-down doesn't work, because you have to adapt. How things happen in a country is not the same as another. We are very wide in Europe. The differences from the Nordics to the south, east, west, are extremely important, while in the end the objective is the same. It's just the way to reach this objective. Now to finish on the part of what is AIPA doing. APA has been there for 40 years. We have actually helped the setup of RESPA. So we have been in the region for a while. That was one of our missions. Before counting, I also looked to what we have been in the region doing this year. We had 30 projects that we have been doing with Luxembourg. This is funding a lot of the cooperation for APA. And so we have been delivering in all 6 countries a number of projects this year, and we are looking to expand this. We are looking new ways of financing. We are looking for more cooperation. We have an agreement signed. We also, for example, work at the moment with the Italian National School to bring some assistance in Albania, but that's things we can expand in many different regions. And myself being there is important. I mean, if I'm there, there is also a reason for that. And it came a bit as a surprise because I was anyway planning to come in October and do a tour. I mentioned the financing round, so we're looking there for different sources. Obviously, we're going to work also with the engineer, but also there are other sources of financing that are important and where we can bring this. So looking forward to more cooperation to bring people. Just something I forgot to mention, it's also the way we want to deliver our services. More and more we try to bring people from different countries in the same room to facilitate the exchange instead of us sitting in front and tell people what to do. That's also a major shift we are trying to take at the moment. That's not easy, but we're going to take it, and we hope that's going to be working.
Thank you very much, and success with this initiative also to bridge this communication. Thank you very much, Marco Ungaro. Nikola Prokopenko, I already introduced you as a senior member of the Regional Anti-Corruption Initiative. So once again, we learned this morning the importance of integrity and trust in the public sector. So I don't have to elaborate. That was already part of the speeches also of Daniele Dotto. So that's why I would like to directly refer to you and your institution. So what are your recommendations for addressing the key challenges of integrity and trust and how to promote them in the public sector? And so can you tell us a little bit, so what is your contribution as Regional Anti-Corruption Initiative in this regard? Nikola.
Благодарам, Стефан. На почетокот дозволете да изразам благодарност за поканата за учество на денешна конференција. Во однос на РАИ, накратко би сакал да ги представам клучните активности кои се насочени кон овие области што вие веќе ги споменавте, и тоа како оние активности кои што се од тек, меѓутоа и со предизвиците со кои ќе бидеме соочени во наредниот период. Изминативе 20 години може слободно да се каже дека РАИ прерасна во една регионална платформа за унапредување на доброто владење и интегритетот, и тоа преку зајакнување на капацитетите на самите институции на јавниот сектор, и тоа во неколку клучни таргетирани области, како во сферата на превенцијата, така и во сферата на борбата, односно репресијата против самата корупција. Сите овие наведени цели на РАИ се засновани пред се на националните стратегии и приоритети на самите корисници, кои што се добивени врз основа на одредени билатерални консултации. Секако, во сите овие активности задржан е фокусот на самата регионална соработка и диалог. Изминатиот период, не само во корупцијата, туку и генерално во криминалот, па и организираниот криминал, сето тоа е поврзано, сведоци сме на појава на некои нови форми на корупција, нови форми на криминалитет, и може да се констатира дека традиционалните, класичните методи за справување со овие нови форми на корупција се неефикасни. Токму за тоа, генерално, на ниво на меѓународна заедница, се развиваат се повеќе инструменти кои што одат од лево кон десно и се поспецифични, односно се таргетирани специфично кон борбата против корупцијата. И сега проблемот е што понекогаш овие механизми се на самата граница меѓу, и тука е потребно да се најде баланс, помеѓу ефикасното сузбивање на корупцијата, на организираниот криминал од една страна и внимателноста во заштитата на човековите права. Понатаму, следно што сакам да го кажам е дека РАИ посебно внимание посветува на развивање на системите за мерење на резултатите од спроведените активности. Би сакал во оваа прилика да го цитирам еден гуруто, можеби, на модерниот менеджмент, австријанецот, односно австрискиот американец Питер Друкер, кој што вели дека само она што се мери може да се подобри. What's get measured gets improved. Последниот период, тргнам од мене, последниот период се, да бидам искрен, се трудам да ослабам, ама една од причините што не сум ослабен, што не сум се качил на вага. Така и со корупцијата, ако не мериме, не можеме да видиме каде сме. Следното, каде што РАИ е фокусирано, е развивањето на превентивни политики во областа на јакнењето пред се на легислативните капацитети и организацијските капацитети на институциите за спроведување на политиките за заштита на укажувачите, а битно е да го споменам и развивањето на самооценувачката платформа за оценка на степенот на развој на политиките на укажувачи, и тоа на линија на најновата директива на Европската Унија за укажувачите од 2019 година. Тука се и посебните платформи за развој на учење и посебно внимание посветувам исто така и на образованието на младите во контекст на корупцијата. Така, РАИ се фокусираше и на секторски превентивни механизми на управување со коруптивните ризици воопшто и во легислативата, и тоа во секторите кои што се најранливи во самата корупција. Секако за тоа имаше регионален консензус и во таа насока превентивните политики се развиваат во секторите на високото образование, во секторите на јавните предпријатија, и тоа по пат на водичи, на чеклисти, обуки за развој на капацитетите за менаџирање со корупцијски ризици, како и развој на методологија за оценка на резултатите. Ваквата определба доаѓа не е случајно, туку е тесно поврзана со оценката на резултатите, односно препораките кои што доаѓаат секогаш највеќе за државите од Западен Балкан, од извештаите за напредок на Европската комисија, од бројните анализи, кои вообичаено покажуваат дека, иако државите на Западен Балкан вовеле секторско засновани стратешки документи, процесот е во многу рана фаза и нема развиени посебни пристапи посветени на специфичните проблеми во ранливите области. А доколку постојат, тие се фрагментирани и не се поврзани со стратегиските антикорупцијски компоненти, што е реална вистина барем за државите од регионот. Следните области каде што РАИ посветува посебно внимание се покрај што го наведов, одземањето на имотот, системот на пријавување на имотните и другите интереси, унапредувањето на политиките за заштита укажувачи од одмазда, унапредувањето на културата на укажувачите и секако едукативните кампањи. Исто така битно би сакал да го она што е битно би сакал да го споменам се индикаторите кои што ги развива РАИ и посебно во таа смисла заедно со UNODC во рамките на проектот развивање на патокас против корупција и незаконски приноси од криминал и негова имплементација во приоритетните области, кој беше усвоен од министрите на конференцијата што се одржа минатата година во Охрид. Со оглед на времето не ви навлегувал повеќе во овие структурни активности што се наведени. Уште само една минута да ја спомнем многу битна активност на која што ќе бидеме посветени наредниот период, а која што представува еден наш предизвик. Тоа е имплементацијата на меѓународниот договор за размена на податоци за верификација на имотните изјави, потпишан за сега од страна на 3 држави, кој ќе овозможи увид во странските бази на податоци за имотните изјави, согласно членот 43 од УНКАК, и така државите членки, значи, подписниците ќе имаат пристап до другите бази. Секако, уште во самата фаза на дискутирање за овој договор, се јави одредени дилеми во однос на поддршката на онлайн објавување на податоци на имотни листови. Тука ќе завршам уште една реченица. Меѓутоа, ова на позитивно решавање на ова прашање и юриспруденцијата на Европскиот суд за човекови права, каде што предметот Виприх против Полска од 2005 година се вели дека јавност има легитимен интерес во оценка дали локалните политики се транспарентни и пристапот до интернет во однос на имотните изјави треба да биде ефективен и лесен со цел на јавноста да се даде целосна слика за финансиските интереси на јавниот функционер во прашање. Уште повеќе го цитирам судот, во однос на јавните функционери, на нивото на заштита на приватноста е на пониско ниво. Благодарам.
Thank you very much. Nicola, so for sharing the different initiatives and activities which you are doing in the region. Last but not least, here on our panel, Kelman Sayasi, the Executive Director of NALAS. And Kelman, you know much better than I do. So public administration reform is not only taking place on central level, but it takes also place definitely in municipalities, and so local self-governance is the key issue of you at NALAS and your colleagues. And right now, we would like to learn a little bit, so if you also think about this term of being future-proof, so what are the biggest needs in terms of capacity building on local level? So where would you need more support, and so where you can also see more benefit from cooperation in the region on local level?
Okay, thank you, Stefan. I see that we are running out of time. If I have to put it in one word, the Vision 2030 of reforms of public administration in the Balkans, I will say multi-level governance. But if you give me a few more minutes, I will elaborate a little bit on it.
Please.
So it is, the future is on multi-level governance. That's an unstoppable trend of shifting of authority vertically up towards the EU and down towards the local government, and also horizontally towards citizens, civil society. So that's, and the multi-level governance is a very difficult dance to play. It's, especially if we have the mindset, if our governments have the mindset of subordination, that the central government is there to create the policy and the local government is to implement. Multi-level governance doesn't work like that. So I remember and I will deconstruct this in 4 areas. So one is policy area. A very dear professor of mine on public policy was saying the best experts in policies for traffic are taxi drivers. And that goes also for delivery of public service. who is the best expert? I mean, I believe that one mayor in a small, remote area, in a rural municipality, knows much more what is a solution for reinventing the service than maybe 10 of us here all together. That's because they are in a daily connection with the citizens in a way that the central government cannot be, because they serve a much higher scale of citizens in another scale. So there are two very important players to make this difficult dance of multi-level governance work. And these are, in the one hand, are the institutions, public institutions that are leading the reforms, and the other hand are local government associations. That is the consciousness of local government leaders. So these interplay, I'll give you some examples how this should work. We are seeing in our work a lot of good stories. Some of them, we saw them during the last sessions. I will just mention the State Secretary of Public Administration, Ministry of Serbia, that mentioned the great collaboration with the Standing Conference. We've seen here some good practices coming from city of Podgorica and Vrčar. I'm very proud of that. But we have seen also a lot of failures and struggles that are ongoing. In the area of policy dialogue, policy development, the multi-level governance is not only the relation between a city and the government, but it is about a dialogue between local government association and the government on policies. And here there are a lot of good examples, and a lot need to be done. In many countries there is struggle, and these need to be fixed very fast. Otherwise the policies will not be relevant. And as Florian said, we will be, our civil service will lose relevance. In the area of service delivery, because local governments, they have many hats. So one is they are policy makers at local level, but very important players in policy dialogue for matters that concern local service. Then there are service providers, and in terms of service provision, I will give you just one example. The approach of a local government association is very similar to what we saw in this award ceremony, a great event where you put a highlight, a spotlight on a good practice. You put associations also do benchmarking. So they put, also at NALAS we do regional benchmarking. We put what are the highest levels to achieve, and then municipalities will learn and get inspired from each other to do more. And the central government, in the other side of the coin, talks about standards, which is important, and their role is to make sure that all citizens get access to services. But that's a kind of a stick, A carrot is what we saw with what RESPA did with the award ceremony and with benchmarking, and the stick is if somebody does not reach the standards. So multi-level governance is more about using more carrots. Then a few words about capacity development. That's also an area where there is very often overlap. What is the authority of agencies for training for civil servants and national local government associations? So I've seen a very good harmonization here when they agree what is their niche, what they are best at, and what should be their mandate. And this is also a very important part of this multi-level governance, to train the civil servants. And here the national associations are usually good in training elected officials, plus very specialized training on some service areas at local government. So these are also related to the policy dialogue also. You know, during training, you also identify issues that need some intervention in the policy change. And then at national level, there should be a standardized training of, especially generic training. What the civil servant, what are the minimum of education that a civil servant needs to have, and that applies for all levels of government. But there's an interesting project that can connect both sides, is how to develop a human resource management system that will encourage civil servants to do more and more training, because that's how they will advance in their careers. And this should be done together so that both the national institutions and national associations of local authorities to have certified, they have training systems, but to be certified, to give certified trainings that then they will be the basis for career advancement. That might be a very important project, for instance. I have other also examples of multi-level governance in this scale, but I'll just use a few seconds to first to welcome the initiative of Sigma, supported by the EU, to support multi-level governance. And so this is a very good news for local governments here, and it is we are proud to also at NALAS attribute this to our advocacy. And here in the room sits also my colleague Joachim, that we knocked the doors in Brussels for 5 years until we got this good news. And Mr. Florian was one of our counterparts lately. And I also want to acknowledge also Maya, that as soon as she started her new job, she visited NALAS, and we talked about all of these things together. And I think that's why I'm a little bit much more hopeful about this Vision 2030 for what we can do together if we join forces.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kelman Sayasi. So part of this vision is definitely multi-governance, so that was your point. So right now I would like to invite our two colleagues to reflect, which you have a difficult job. Liliana Ucilac, Ministry of Public Administration and Local Self-Governance, coming from Serbia. And we have Gordana Dimitrovska from the Ministry of Information, Society and Administration. So, and your task is to somehow reflect on all these different points which were brought up, a broad variety from dancing silos, dancing multi-governance, carrots, little bits and pieces of knowledge. So, yeah, we would be very interested in your ideas and your perception on what you have heard.
Thank you. I will try to simplify it. Well, if I need to pick up different kind of words that we heard from our distinguished panelists here, they underlined people, HR, they underlined professional development, result-focused administration. I was just writing innovations, accountability, anti-corruption, resources, services, and partnership above all other. And I think we all call them principles of public administration. We call them standards of good governance. We call them, if you want, also criteria of quality management, or something that EU simply says, these are our fundamentals. So I think that we are speaking the same language, but in that way, public administration shifted from one process-oriented, process-focused administration to result-oriented administration in the last 10 years. And it shifted also to quality and excellence, which was not like buzzwords 10 years ago in public administration. In these challenging times, it also buzzwords starting to be agility, resilience, stability, and so on. So I think that we shifted to corporative culture, to result, to customer-oriented culture, which was again reserved for private sector in the past, probably because public administration is somehow monopolistic, and we in the past were not measuring our performance. Now it's different. Now when you see across the region, we all have different kind of strategies. It was something like that also 10 years ago, but now specifically, you have long-term strategy. Public administration strategy in Serbia is until 2030. Macedonia, Albania are also preparing the same period. Montenegro is 2026. So these strategies are completely different. They have customers in the center. They are result-oriented. They are co-created with partners and stakeholders. Many of you are here in this place. And they have long-term orientation, which means that basically on a long term, they need to deliver some kind of transformation. I was also searching while preparing some kind of standards of future-proofing, and I like something again from private sector, from MGI Auckland. They said that you need to have something like 4 tips or 4 standards for future-proof. One is to have financial position, financial sustainability. Another is to have a vision and coordinated processes. The third one is to develop steps, to develop basically action plan, who is doing when, where, what, and so on. And the fourth one, they say don't fail to implement, basically coordinate the implementation and adjust. So it's something that we are all trying to do in our public administration, and it looks like something that we are doing in the Western Balkans. And not to be too long, I will finish. I just want to underline something that also our distinguished guests underlined, that basically we don't see the better way to anticipate the future than to plan with stakeholders and partners, to co-create and while planning and while monitoring, and to listen and focus on customers, to strive for constant improvement, and to create organizational culture, and what all panelists say, to create people that can face the future and the future challenges ahead all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for simplifying and giving us a common language back. So it's about the fundamental principles of public administration reform. So one more reflection on its way. So great to have you also with us, and we would be also again interested in your perception, what you heard. So what was discussed here on the stage?
Great, thank you. Today we had a great opportunity, and we are privileged to see a political perspective and how the ministerial level thinks about the administration and putting the citizens in the heart of our work on one hand, and on the other hand to have some domestic, some neighborhood stories, and also international views how we should look in the future. So more or less, Ljiljana covered the things which I'm hoping that I should cover them. But basically, I would like to say, we should put the strong institution in front of us, and also we have to have bold civil servants, because during the discussion, it was tackled, the participants tackled the things about the skills, the people, not only providing the trainings. Behind those trainings, we have civil servants or skilled people from the sector who are providing the knowledge to the civil servants, civil service. On the other hand, we have to have the strong institution, which is ready to act in new way and in emergency crisis. In that context, we should rethink our position. Also, we have to make some action to deliver some decision how the new government models should be developed in terms to react to the needs of the government, not only for the government, but basically to put the citizens in the heart of it. What are the requirements of the citizens? It is really important to see what are the needs today and what we should adjust and how to improve. In that term, we should, in long term, we should think about democracy and power relation, participatory culture and deliberation, political trust, political private relations, public services, education, skills, which was already mentioned, and absolutely the data, sharing the data and using the data, not only for the administration, but also for businesses and all over our community. So if we are not inaccurate about the future, or we are not really feeling free, we can't leave the business as usual. We should go forward together with the both administration and with both institutions. But not forget, we should create the partnership, networks, which can support and provide better results for our societies. In the end, I would like to underline, for me personally and all people sitting here, we are really privileged to be engaged in public administration reform, which is never-ending task, which Maya mentioned in the first panel, and we should think not only for our benefits, but for the benefits of our kids and our society, since we all love our country and we are doing it for it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Gordana. So Elida, you wanted to react.
Thank you so much, Stefan. As I mentioned at the beginning, we need half a day because we are newly introduced to the region and our work. But I would like, drawing from the last two reflections, I would like to bring to attention that United Nations Committee on Experts on Public Administration 3 years ago worked on the principles of public administration. And there is quite a comprehensive set of values that include quite a lot of issues mentioned here, both in terms of the institution and in terms of people. I would like to share this information with all participants. Whenever they get the chance, they can check the UN SEPA Principles of Public Administration.
Or they can talk to you directly in the coffee break.
I'll come back to the region in November, thanks to RESPA.
Oh, okay.
And the other thing is, I would also mention that UNDESA, the Department of Social and Economic Affairs in the Secretariat, has been running the UN Public Service Award for over 20 years. We highly encourage the winners. We congratulate them for the hard work and for the recognition. And we encourage them to apply to the UN Public Service Award. It is on pause this year, but it will, we're revisiting methodology, but it will start up next year. So please do consider applying for that. Thank you.
You very much, Elida. So we learned we can't... There, a short one. Yes. Please, once again, push the button. One more reaction.
I know that we are tired, of course, but nevertheless, I wanted to mention three words. Maybe we are going to follow that words and to see how we are going to implement those things or not. One is gamification, the other is M-learning, and third one, artificial intelligence. We are working in our academy on those issues, and those are the strategic orientation of our work. That's one issue, but the main issue why I asked you for my refer is that in May to 23rd year, next year, we are going to organize NISPA conference in our premises, in our academy. And I'm asking you, I'm begging you, I would like to see you, whatever you want, to come to be part of that meeting and to continue our work, our friendship, our network, as ever you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dejan Militic, for sending out this invitation. We'll be there. So let's conclude. We can't predict the future. We learned from previous years. Sometimes we even can't predict the questions coming from the moderator to our lovely panelists. But I think we had a good discussion on some elements, how to get future-proofed. So thank you very much for sharing your inputs and your insights. We're going to have a coffee break until 3:45. And then we're going to proceed with one more keynote address and exchange moderated by my dear colleague Nick Thies. So please have your break stand up and perhaps we can discuss further ideas of how to get future-proof. So enjoy your break. Thank you very much again. You take your seat. We know coffee breaks are always too short, but we would like to give you some more reflections and inputs, and a keynote address is on its way. So my colleague Nick Thies is already on his position. Nick is representing OECD Sigma in his function as a senior advisor for service delivery and public administration reform. Nick, the floor is yours, and all the best.
Thank you, Stefan. First of all, of being good, such a good sheep herder, like chasing in all our little sheeps back in time. Secondly, allow me to jump the protocol and welcome you all as the diehards. It's really great to see still at this, well, already well-advanced hour in the afternoon, still so many people. Your names will be noted down. This will count for your formal assessments and appraisals later on, so well done. No, on a serious note, I think we really have still a very, very interesting session ahead of us. At the end of the day, true, but a session that hopefully can still inspire you. A session that will also continue in the lines of what has been discussed and what has been mentioned before. And before introducing the Deputy Prime Minister, let me just quote a number of things throughout the day. Some things at least I found interesting. And some things I think that might also lead into the keynote of the Deputy Prime Minister. Well, first of all, or maybe not first of all, but something interesting that I've picked up from Daniele Dotto's intervention. He didn't mention this in these words, but he was actually saying, well, public administration, it's part of the solution. It's not part of the problem. All the crises, all the important challenges that we are facing, well, it's not because of. It's not because we are, as public administration, creating all of these. No, at very occasions, society at large is looking at us, is looking at you, is looking at, well, government at large to be part of the solution, even to provide the solution. I think this is very important. Very important also in relation to what Mathieu Busquets said also, that public administration and principles of public administration to create a good, a solid, resilient, to quote some words from the panel before, to create such a public administration will be fundamental. Was, is, and will be fundamental in the future, 2030, 2040, 2050, to really tackle all of these issues. And with this importance of governance and good governance, I also like to call on stage Deputy Prime Minister Grukowska. She is in charge as Deputy Prime Minister of Good Governance, and this will also be the topic of her keynote, of her speech. Let me, before inviting her on stage, from I think all of us, and certainly from our good friends in RESPA, but also the colleagues in Sigma, really thank you in person for the hospitality, for having us in your, well, beautiful country, but also beautiful capital. So with this, I kindly like to invite you on stage for your keynote. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. It is also our pleasure to be your host in our country. It is a great pleasure to have all of you that has been our supporter through all these years of transformation in Macedonian society into a much better democratic society, and having you as a partners shoulder by shoulder in this process, especially in the forthcoming period when the session process with the EU will going to start officially today with the screening. So our partnership will be more strength and more strong in the future for the benefit of all citizens in our country. Now allow me please to continue in Macedonian and to respect the Constitution of the Republic of North Macedonia. Денеска насловот на темата за која што ќе дискутираме е принципите на доброто владење како предуслов за одржливи реформи и процесот на пристапување во ЕУ. И не можам повеќе да се согласам од оваа констатација, затоа што мислам дека ако ни даде некоја обврска во една реченица да кажеме што е најголемиот приоритет во смисла на реформите, тогаш сигурно оваа реченица го содржи одговорот. Но сакам да нагласам дека принципите за добро владење не се важни само за процесот на пристапување на Унијата, туку пред се за создавање на едно праведно, демократско, просперитетно општество воопшто. Тоа се принципи кои што би требаа да бидат наша водилка во нашето секојдневно живење, не само во секојдневниот начин на работење. Реформите во сферата на владењето на правото се далеку најважниот приоритет за државата и според мојата проценка тоа ќе бидат и треба да бидат и во годините што се пред нас, сосема независно од нашето темпо на приближување кон Брисел. Останува исклучиво наша обврска, реформите да ги имплементираме во пракса до крај и би рекла безкомпромисно. И токму затоа оваа влада го прифати предизвикот за формирање на кабинет за креирање на политики за добро владење, кој сам по себе е едно ново решение во нашата земја. Формирањето на кабинетот значеше дека оваа влада има намера за воспоставување на ред во државата од највисоко до најниско ниво и дека тој процес ќе оди паралелно со процесот на нашето пристапување кон Унијата. Меѓутоа, дозволете ми да констатирам дека е тоа процес кој што никогаш нема да заврши, дека во овој свет на предизвици, на брзи промени, на брз начин на живење, ние имаме обврска да станеме и да креираме институции кои ќе бидат агилни и лесно прилагодливи на брзите промени, брзо и ефикасно да предлагаат решенија како да се надминуваат предизвиците пред кои ќе се соочуваме и во иднина. Станува збор за низа мерки чија имплементација треба да создаде систем кој ќе создаде здрави, професионални и ефикасни институции кои ќе им служат на граѓаните, а од друга страна ќе создаде систем кој се темели на принципи на правилично, праведно, добро и одговорно владење. Доброто владење е клучно за постигнување на економски раст, на конкурентност, подобар квалитет за живот на граѓаните, поповолна средина за бизнисите и дозволете ми да додадам, особено важно, механизми за задржување на младите во нашата држава. Принципите за доброто владење треба да обезбедат сигурност кај нашите граѓани, дека за сите подеднакво важи правдата, за сите има подеднакви услови да најдат начин како својот талент и потенцијал да го реализираат во нашата држава и наместо да се соочуваме со одливање на талентирани и млади кадри, да ги задржиме во државата и да го користиме нивното знаење и умешност за просперитет на нашата држава. За да го постигнеме тоа и за да се изгради довербата во институциите и во јавната администрација, треба јавната администрација да биде одговорна, ефикасна и транспарентна. И токму тоа е ставено во планот за работа на мојот кабинет, кој оваа година почива на 3 столба. Дигитална трансформација на општеството, креирање на политики за транспарентни и ефикасни институции и креирање на антикорупцијски политики. Овие 3 столба може би изгледаат независни, меѓутоа во суштина се меѓусебно силно испреплетени и подеднакво важни за функционирање на системот. Јавноста е сведок дека сум од оние луѓе кои не сакаат празни ветувања и затоа една од насоките по кои се водевме во фазата на креирање на овој план беа реални и остварливи цели, но истовремено и долгорочно одржливи стабилни решенија кои ќе бидат применливи, кои ќе имаат сериозен импакт во општеството и кои нема да траат само во мандатот на една влада, туку напротив, ќе бидат солидна основа за надградување и за унапредување на сите идни политички гарнитури. Значи, креирање на решенија кои нешто не се врзани за личност, кои што не се врзани за политичка партија, за политичка гарнитура, туку решенија кои што се врзани само за интерес и бенефит на нашето општество. Немам дилема дека ќе се согласите со мене дека доброто владење, односно доброто управување, подразбира сеопфатни промени пред се во начинот на размислување и начинот на функционирање. И јас ја користам секоја можност за да го нагласам ова. Дигиталната трансформација на општеството е еден од механизмите кои што неминовно ќе не воведе во тој правец. Особено ми е важно овие пораки да допрат до младите и затоа често пати кажувам дека младите треба да бидат промената што сакаат да ја видат во светот. И затоа во креирањето на еден дел од политиките, еден дел од активностите на мојот кабинет се насочени кон младите и на подигнање свеста за нивната важност, за нивната улога и за тоа колку е важно младите да се изградат во личности со интегритет, заради тоа што тие ќе бидат оние кои што за десетини години ќе бидат на позиција да одлучуваат за состојбите во нашата држава. Сите оние кои што сме креатори на политиките во овој момент, кои донесуваме закони, планираме стратегии, имаме одговорност да најдеме креативни и одржливи одговори и решенија на потребите и барањата на младите. Без нив и нивното активно учество не можеме да се надеваме на развој и на благосостојба. Без нив едноставно нашата земја нема иднина. И токму заради тоа, влијанието на младите во креирањето на политиките, особено во детектирањето на тоа што е за нив важно да се случува во нашата држава и на каков начин и што е тоа што тие го гледаат како иднина во нашата држава е особено важно и на тоа се насочуваме и во минатиот период во сите активности што до сега ги имавме, а тоа ќе биде и понатака. Се разбира, како што спомнав, дигиталната трансформација на општеството е еден сегмент од креирањето на овие политики. Сакам да искористам приликата да ви информирам дека во вторникот беше формиран Националниот совет за дигитална трансформација на општеството, каде што не се само представници на власта, туку имајќи предвид дека тоа е една трансформација која што не е политичка, не е партиска, туку општествена. Во него членуваат и ЗЕЛС, единици на локална самоуправа, стопанските комори, универзитетите кои произведуваат ИКТ кадри, меѓутоа исто така и председатели на 2 парламентарни комисии за буџетирање и транспорт и врски кои што се представници на опозицијата. Затоа што овој процес кој што ќе трае долги години, не е процес на една владеачка гарнитура, не е ниту процес кој што една политичка партија го бутка, туку напротив, пак ќе потенцирам еден општествен процес кој што треба да биде инклузивен и чии што приоритети треба заеднички да ги градиме и да ги реализираме. Дигиталната трансформација на општеството е предуслов за поголема транспарентност, отчетност и одговорност на институциите. Ние како држава мора да го зајакнеме капацитетот во делот на одговорноста и отчетноста. Секоја одлука на институциите, секој потрошен денар мора да бидат објавени јавно и за тоа да има отчетност. На тој начин ја зајакнуваме контролата од страна на јавноста, граѓанските организации, медиумите, на државните институции. Владата на Република Северна Македонија посвети големо внимание на тоа во оваа година и благодарение на тоа постигнавме највисоко ниво на транспарентност. Според индексот на активна транспарентност на Центарот за граѓански комуникации, владата од една затворена институција со само 25 поени во 2016 година, денес, во 2022 година, се искачи на првата позиција со активна транспарентност со 100 поени. Секако една од мерките е подигнување на свеста и јакнење на интегритетот на носителите на извршната власт од највисоко ниво, бидејќи концептот на интегритет е составен дел на системот за добро владење. Интегритетот кај носителите на функции, но и кај вработените во јавниот сектор е предуслов за силно, демократско и отчетно општество. Меѓутоа, ние како политичари, како представници на власта, како функционери, би требало да бидеме први што треба да покажеме што и како треба да прави и како треба да изгледа функционер со интегритет или носител на функција, без разлика на тоа дали е директор на јавно предпријатие или на било кое ниво во општеството, човек со интегритет кој што работи за доброто на општеството и за доброто на сите, а не за личен бенефит. Како да ја зголемиме свесноста за личната одговорност, во тоа што го работиме, исто прашање на кое треба целата општествена јавност, вклучително и политичарите да го покажат со својот пример. Сметам дека тоа не е процес што може да се направи преку ноќ, за жал, тоа е прогрес, меѓутоа активностите кои што ние ги превземавме изминатите 8 месеци и кои што планираме и понатака да ги превземеме, имајќи предвид дека до сега даваат резултати, ми дава за право дека сме на добар пат. Сите ние кои работиме на одржливи реформи имаме комплексна задача пред себе. Станува збор за низа мерки чија имплементација треба да создаде систем кој од една страна ќе создаде здрави, професионални, ефикасни институции кои ќе им служат на граѓаните, а од друга страна ќе создаде систем кој се темели на принципи на добро и одговорно владење. Ме радува што гледам дека сите земји од Западен Балкан споделуваме исти вредности, имаме иста стратешка визија за членство во Европската унија и даваме придонес во напредувањето на регионалната соработка. Во овој контекст сум благодарна што имаме можност на ваква средба да размениме искуства, експертиза и идеи како да ги надминеме предизвиците со оглед на тоа што сме слични општества и имаме предизвици кои што заеднички би требало да ги надминеме. За крај, она што верувам дека граѓаните го очекуваат, а тоа се позитивните промени, можеме многу лесно да ги донесеме кога имаме размена на добри практики и уште повеќе кога имаме размена на лоши искуства, се со цел да научиме од лекциите кои што и сами сме ги изоделе, меѓутоа да ни бидат пример и нашите лоши практики за другите што не би требало да направат, а и обратно, затоа што сметам дека таквата соработка е исклучително важна, дека синергијата на размена на искуства и експертизи во регионот е исклучително важна и во овој аспект и се разбира, копи-пейст решенијата не функционираат, меѓутоа добрите практики и начинот на кој што секој од нашите земји може да го имплементира за бенефит на секој од нашите општества е секогаш добре дојдено. Време е да се фокусираме на резултати, но опипливи и видливи, кои произлегуваат од заедничката соработка. Ви благодарам уште еднаш за соработката и за поканата денеска да се обратам.
Thank you so much indeed, dear Deputy Prime Minister. I think really a very rich contribution and insight. Coming back to some of the issues that were mentioned throughout the day, but I think also highlighting a couple of new aspects, and just allow me to, abuse the stage to just underline what I found really interesting. This is this element of really living the principles, and not having them as just whole kind of, slogans, but really that they are lived within the public administration, but also within wider society. And I think this is where we come to the issues of, public administration reform as whole of government, but also whole of society kind of approaches, where all different actors, policy sectors, within public administration, but also within wider society, sit around the table. And I think your example of the newly established Council for Digital Transformation is really a nice and hopefully good, showing in the future, example of this. So thank you once more for your intervention. I think your intervention also quite nicely lead into the final content part of today, which leads us into the digital transformation or digital overall. And I was just asked to also to provide some short insight in what we as OECD Sigma have been doing on and within our monitoring reports, how the aspect of digital government overall is reflected through our monitoring assessments. Now, as As all of you are aware, as Sigma, we have been doing already in the past, but also the recent past, 2021 and also 2022 for the colleagues in Bosnia-Herzegovina, we have been applying the principles of public administration throughout the assessments and reading into the monitoring reports. I'm sure that everyone in this audience is fully familiar with his or her country report, no doubt. All of this is available online, and as our head of program, Gregor Virant, mentioned this morning, we also have the data portal, we have the policy simulator, so there is plenty of material that is online. What I just would like to do today, just zooming in, giving some snapshot of, well, hopefully some interesting findings across the region. So not zooming in into one country, into detail, but just taking a bit the broader scope, the regional scope, in highlighting maybe some lessons learned, maybe some future aspects to work on. Now, in our monitoring reports, the topic of digital is covered at a wide area of places and topics and areas. And I think we have the privilege and the pleasure to have some of the colleagues who are working, Sigma colleagues who are working in these respective areas. I mean, Bagrat dealing with the PDC, I mean, the planning, the coordination. Xavier, who is working on HR, HRM. Jose, who is also working on accountability and also working with me on service delivery. Well, in all of these topics, and I've just listed a few here, digital has a component, has or should have a component. When it comes to legislation, making legislation, well, digital, e-databases. When it's disclosure of information and data, e-disclosure of data and information. When it's about procurement, I haven't mentioned procurement. There's a big component of e-procurement that we also look at throughout the principles. So it would take us quite long to go into all of these detailed aspects, dimensions, and facets. But just, I think, for you to know, when you read through the reports, just keep in mind that digital comes in place at various different places. Now, in the future, and as Gregor mentioned already this morning, we are working on the revision of the principles. So the digital, as a separate principle or sub-principle, will become much more prominent and also visible. It will really get a separate attention, where all of these aspects will be brought together, and even more other aspects that we're not covering yet, will there be displaced in this new horizontal dimension covering the digital. So really, I think something to look forward to. And if you ask me, my opinion, I think this is really definitely an improvement of the whole principles for the future. Now, allow me for today to zoom in on the aspect of what we then call service delivery. So services, digital services for citizens and businesses. So it's a particular aspect, an area in the whole reports, but I think where currently a lot of digital, online, aspects have been covered throughout our monitoring reports. Now, the good news in the whole service delivery area overall is that this is the area where the region, Western Balkans 6, if you want, where the region has made most progress as a region. And compared to all the other topics, service delivery, 2021/2022, compared to 2017, this is where the region has made the biggest progress. Of course, and you know this, you don't need Sigma to underline this, nevertheless we do to make it visible, there are some differences across the region. Some countries really, they leapfrogged, they really made a huge jump, a huge progress between the past, 17, and where we are now, well, 21 or 22. But again, overall, in all the countries, even if the progress was really, really minor, which is the case in BIH, still, there is some progress to be noted. Not huge, again, you know this, you don't need Sigma for this, but in other countries, the progress made was really substantial. And you can see this for yourself. It was already highlighted before that, and I think it was Milena who said it also in her intervention, that what is happening on the ground, to call it like this, that this is also reflected, seen in the perception, and that also citizens/businesses, that they also see this. And just a snapshot, I mean, this is Western Balkan Barometer. What I showed before, I mean, the countries that made a progress, a big progress, is also shown in these citizen perception figures and how they perceive, how citizens perceive the service delivery by their respective governments. Again, in some countries, progress is made, 2021 compared to 2017. In other countries, minor or sometimes even some slight regression. Important findings, findings to work on. Now, having said that overall the service delivery area is making progress, as a region you are making progress, you are advancing. In the countries there is a progress made, we also have to put a very important, well, disclaimer or even a nuance. Yes, there is a big progress that has been made, but we need to be aware that we are not becoming uneven. The attention, certainly also in the area of digital, has been quite uneven. What do we mean by uneven? Well, this is maybe not the nicest well, it's actually a nice visualization, but how it's now on screen looks a bit out of proportion. Now, this is what we are looking at into this data portal. These are all the aspects in the service delivery area that Sigma is monitoring. Now, compared 2021, the outer line, with the inner circle, what we clearly can see is that in the areas of, well, we can call them policy or enablers. I will come back to this. In terms of policy, in terms of institutions, in terms of interoperability building blocks, progress has been made. In some countries, big progress has been made. But then when we see in terms of the focus towards businesses, VAT, registering businesses, building permits, you name it, all of indicators that we measure, their nice progress has been made. When we compare this with the citizen, between brackets indicators that we are measuring, yes, there is some progress, but not to the same extent. And this is what we mean by uneven. Uneven, yes, there is progress, but the focus has been, probably rightly so, has been going much into, let's call it, the business side of things. And so citizens, the normal citizen, and now I'm just cutting corners short, the normal citizen might not always, and I'm prudent here, always have benefit to the same extent. So this is definitely a point of attention. Just some issues to illustrate this. Starting businesses, one-stop shop solutions nearly in all of the countries. When it's about digital uptake of corporate income tax, you see the high levels of uptake. The same for VAT uptake. So the level of digitization in all of the economies in the region is super high, if not 100%. So again, just to illustrate this, when we look at some services for citizens, when it's about renewal of ID cards, vehicle registration, personal income tax, well, there are some processes or some steps in the process that are digital. We can make digital appointments. We can pre-fill electronically some forms. We can do payment. Well, or can we do payment? Question mark. Again, here the picture, I'm not saying that it's not green, but it's not completely green. There is still some progress to be made. So again, I think this nicely or illustratively illustrates the progress made or the uneven progress made. Digital uptake. Again, we saw some very interesting figures before about the availability of services, digital services in the region, in the countries. Definitely yes, more and more this is done, and there are some super good examples, but very important is also the uptake of these services. I mean, one thing is to provide all of them, the other thing is to what extent do people, citizens, businesses we have seen, but people, citizens also take up, use these services. Again, this is Western Balkan Barometer data. It's not all the time to the same extent. Even if we are working very hard to make our services online and digital, the uptake, the digital uptake, is not the same, is not equal in all the different and various countries. So again, this is very important from our perspective to really continue to work on. In terms of enablers, as said before, good progress has been made. Many things have been done when it's about policies, when it's about institutions, central institutions, measuring, not fully, completely, but still, you see, these are the ones compared to 17. There is progress. Progress has been made nearly in all the countries. Interoperability, super important. As was been said by Florian, making silos dance, well, also making sure register dance, making sure that organizations dance in sharing information and making sure that things become interoperable. Once only, well, as we know, once only in all the general laws on administrative procedure, it has been included. But of course, the practical implication on the ground, the once only, there is still some work to be done, as we all know. Interoperability frameworks, I think there we are quite good, and you can read the other things for yourself. The same for e-signature. This is key. This will be key, this is key, this will be key, and some progress has been made, not fully and in all the countries, but still, as said before, on the enablers, much progress has been made. I don't want to take you much longer. As said, all of this you can read, you can find, we can discuss, but just wanted to highlight some of the things. Just in summary, what we have seen is that the digital agenda really has been high on the agenda. So the digitalization, rightly so, has been over the past decade and will be for the next decade, will be on the agenda. It was and it will be. With some successes. All credits, we should say, all credits. Not in all countries to the same extent, but still credits, I think, to the whole region. On the enablers, a lot of good work has been done. Work that, towards the general public, it's not always the most attractive, sexy, and visible, right? It happens behind the scene, but it's absolutely necessary to build this backbone. So there, as just tried to show with some snapshot of the indicators, good work is done. But please continue to invest on this. The war has not been won over there. There is still a lot in terms of interoperability, in terms of exchange, in terms of, well, back-end and support processes, aligning them, simplifying them. A lot of work still needs to be done. I don't want to sound negative, but I want to sound realistic. So, credits, but still make sure we keep this on the agenda. E-services, as said, well, definitely increasing, but be aware of this unbalance or this potential unbalance and imbalance. The take-up ratio, super important, making sure that accessibility of services, of e-services, is easy, that also e-payment solutions are easy, user-friendly, affordable in the sense of, well, not costly. So all of this will be super to really lift it to the next level in the future and the next decades. And then, well, continue to work on this citizen satisfaction by starting from the beginning. I mean, the citizen or user or human centricity, it's not at the end measuring how satisfied people are. Yes, also that is important, but it already starts at the start. When designing, redesigning, thinking about our services, about your services, and all the way through. So with this, I would just conclude, and also putting it in a bigger perspective. Because this is Western Balkans, this is Western Balkan 6. As we all know, is that the European Commission also is looking in terms of the, well, e-governance benchmarks, what the EU 28 countries are doing. And the interesting thing is that since a couple of years, they also started to include Western Balkan economies in this. Not fully. I know Kosovo and Bosnia-Herzegovina are not yet included, but the other 4 countries are. And I think it would be really interesting to see this story, our story, your story, in a bigger perspective. And for that purpose, we have invited the colleague from the European Commission, DG Connect. So we have seen already today DG NEAR, DG Reform, and now we also would like to introduce you to DG Connect So it's Stefanos Kotoglu. And Stefanos is a policy officer in DG Connect dealing with these e-government benchmarks. And so they have just launched the e-government benchmark 2022. And if all goes well, then Stefanos should be with us and able to share some of these insights with us. So cross fingers, and over to you, Stefanos.
Thank you for the introduction, Nick, and thanks for your invitation in this. Wait, I have to open my camera. Sorry for this. Here I am, yes. Hello, everyone, and thanks for the invitation in this very nice and fruitful conference. I'm very happy to see that the Western Balkans are working together. They have coalition on sharing experiences, best practices, and also collaborating on further improving the provision of public services. And it's good actually to have these collaborations, because we cannot make everything by ourselves. We cannot reinvent the wheel. So it's good to reuse what we have already. It's cheaper, and of course you have the know-how and you can do something faster. What I will do, as already mentioned, and thank you for the previous presentation that actually covers, or it's kind of the first part of my presentation, let's say. What I will do is that I will present the results of the government benchmark exercise of 2022 that, as very correctly mentioned before, it's an exercise for measuring and gathering data on the provision of public services in Europe, in the EU plus 27, meaning more countries than the EU, and also, as correctly mentioned, of 4 countries in the Western Balkans, Bosnia, and Bosnia is not already there, and if I'm not mistaken,
Kosovo.
Where is missing? Kosovo, yes, indeed. Thank you very much. So what I will do before going into the results of the exercise, and also before focusing on the results of the Balkan countries that we cover, I will just present briefly the methodology that we follow, the framework of the e-government benchmark, and also briefly present the DES indicator, which is the Digital Economy and Society Index of the Commission that we use to measure the digital aspects of the society, meaning connectivity, meaning public administration services, meaning human capital, meaning digital skills, and of course the use of technology from businesses. So as I said, this is the e-government benchmark framework. It might seem a bit complicated if you're not familiar with it, but the point is that we have 4 key dimensions. On the top, we have user centricity, transparency, key enablers, and cross-border services, which actually comprises indicators from the other dimensions. You can see that we have 14 indicators. Most of them we collect by following the mystery shopping exercise that I will describe in the next slide. And one of the indicators, the mobile friendliness, is collected through automated tool. So the indicators under user centricity is online availability, user support, and mobile friendliness, as already mentioned. Under transparency, we have the service delivery, service design, and personal data, meaning the handling and the management of your personal data from the public administrations. Under key enablers, which are the means, the facilitators, the technology facilitators that we use in our interaction with public administrations, and this includes EID, e-documents, authentic sources, meaning pre-filled forms, as presented also previously, digital post, and in the last category, the last dimension, we have the cross-border services, which, as already mentioned, it's indicators at the cross-border level from the other categories. These are online availability, user support, EID, and e-documents. Just to make the presentation and somehow the grouping of our narrative easier, we also created live events. What is a live event? Live event is a set of services, digital public services, that someone follows for a specific journey. For example, if an entrepreneur wants to establish his new startup business, not only, let's say, establishes the business online, but also has to declare taxes, has also to establish his employees, etc. So this is the narrative, and this is the logic behind having the live events. So the live events that we have in total are 9. There were 8 until 2019, but we established a new one in 2019 with a new methodology as of 2020, the health life event. How we measure the life events? We have a biennial cycle, meaning that during even years, we measure 4 life events, and these are business startup, career, family, and studying. And during the odd years, we measure the 5 remaining, which are regular business operation, health, moving, starting a small claims procedure, legal, and transport. Besides of the whole life cycle of the project and the exercise, we also established different pilots that we run in parallel. These are security, mobile service delivery, accessibility foundations, findability, and last year, it's not included here, we had the usability pilot that we will further investigate and explore in the coming years, because of course usability is very important not only for the provision of public service, but it's also important for, and it's connected to security and all the other aspects that we measure. So as I mentioned, I will just go briefly in the mystery shopping exercise just for you to have hands-on experience on what it is. So mystery shopper is a person that is a user of government services, digital government services in his country, her country. And these shoppers, these mystery shoppers, they are selected through network that the Commission and the consortium of the contractor, our partners, have through their intelligence in each country. The mystery shoppers, before assessing any service through websites that member states provide to us, to the Commission, to the mystery shoppers, they are trained well and they follow specific guidelines on how to do so by the consortium and the Commission that provides support and guidance all over and during the life cycle of the landscape exercise, which is prior to the data collection and until the final provision and handling of the data. So, apart from the mystery shoppers, the national mystery shoppers, we also have the cross-border mystery shoppers, which are users, mystery shoppers from other countries that they take care and they assess for the cross-border dimension the services in different countries. Of course, mystery shoppers, if possible, they have in their possession an EID. And after the completion of the mystery shopping exercise, all the results are shared with the national representatives of the member states, of the 27, EU 27 plus countries. Of course, the participation of these people, of these colleagues, that they are part of the expert group that we have under the government expert, benchmark expert group. They are also consulted beforehand and at the beginning of the exercise, at the landscape exercise, where they already choose and they agree, validate and assess the websites that we're going to measure later on. More information, I provide some links and hopefully the PPT will be shared with the participants. I provide some links on the latest report of the government benchmark and also on the visualization tool that you can find the latest and the previous results, scores that we have under the exercise. So the Digital Economy Society Index, as mentioned, is the index that we use for measuring the digital performance in member states. As mentioned, there are 4 dimensions. It's the digital capital, the human capital, the digital skills. It's connectivity, including, of course, 5G, including broadband, including fixed internet connection. Integration of digital technology, meaning different technologies that companies are using for e-commerce, for example. And last but not least, it's the dimension that actually is it is the one that we discuss today in the conference, the digital public services. And the majority of the indicators, as you can see in the image at the right, derive from the government benchmark exercise. These indicators are the pre-filled forms, which we name under the government benchmark as authentic sources, and it's the level, the extent to which information are already pre-filled and extracted while we access a service from another public service. So we don't have to do anything. Sometimes this service and this pre-fill is done automatically from the public service. And the other 2 indicators that are also a digital target for the Commission until 2030 And the target is, of course, to provide all public services 100% for citizens and businesses online. These two indicators are the digital public service for citizens and for businesses. And these indicators actually measure the online availability of services nationally and cross-border. So it's a composite indicator from the first key dimension, which is user centricity, and the last one, which is the cross-border dimension. Again, I provide links below to the DESI page and also the scores that we have under DESI. So now we can jump to the key findings for 2022 for the government benchmark exercise. And here is an overview of all the countries, all the 27 plus the 35 countries that they participate in the exercise. The overall score, or maturity overall score for all the countries, 68%. You can see in detail the scores. There are some small, there is a small mistake under Montenegro because I see that it's 35. If you see it's in the second column, it's 34th position because it's 38%. And also some small decimals, they go up here, but they are fixed later on. I will present, especially, I think Albania has 46, for example, here, and it should be 45, but I will go through this in a while. So there are 4 key dimensions, as I mentioned: user centricity, transparency, key enablers, and cross-border. As you can see, the one that performs best is user centricity. And under user centricity, we have online availability that remains the highest score. It's the provision of information about the service online, and also the extent to which a service can be conducted online until an extent, like from a basic service until you can do it already automatically online. Of course, it's very important to have our mobile devices to be able to access public service online, because everyone is using, instead of laptops lately, we use the pads, we use our phones. So mobile friendliness is improving. It's one of the indicators that's going up more and more. One of the indicators that scores the lowest, 60 in the diagram, is transparency. And transparency is quite important because it's about the participation. It's about how open governments are, and it's about how much we interfere, how much citizens and businesses, they collaborate with public administrations to design at the end a service that it's useful and it can be used by citizens. We can see that transparency of personal data is maturing, and what makes the difference between the ones that they are leading, the leaders, and the ones that they are lagging behind is, as I mentioned, the service delivery and the transparency of service design. The third dimension is key enablers, which is the functionalities, it's the means, the technical means that facilitate our interaction with public administrations. The score is 69. And we can see that e-documents and digital post solutions widely implemented in many countries. On the other hand, even though there is a rise in general, there is this trend that EID and authentic sources are rising, it's still 2 key enablers that they are very important for the final picture and for the performance of countries in this dimension. But even though they are under rise, there are some countries that they are still lagging behind. Last dimension, which scores the lowest, given that there are obstacles and some boundaries between countries for the use of EIDs, cross-border, and interoperability issues. We have the cross-border services that they are catching up, of course. There are more services available online and cross-border for users. In the years, they have been increased. And cross-border EIDs and language remain the major barriers, as mentioned in this dimension. I will not focus so much in the rest, all, let's say, indicators, but I will just focus on these 5 KPIs that I chose, just to show that the business is a lot more mature, let's say. The services that are provided to business more mature and more compared to what is provided to citizens. Here you can see that e-documents and pre-filled forms are the ones that there is a lot. And also EID, there is a big gap, gap between the businesses and citizens. And the online services, both nationally and cross-border, are the two KPIs that this difference is not so much. So you can see that services are provided equally to both citizens and businesses. Now we'll jump to the insights for Western Balkans, and I will focus in the 4 countries that we cover under the e-government benchmark. So the overall score for Albania in all the dimensions is 45, for Montenegro is 38, for North Macedonia is 35, and for Serbia is 49. We did this comparison, I provide this comparison also with Luxembourg, which is a country of similar size with the countries in question, and also with neighbor countries. So Luxembourg improved 14 percentage points in the last 3 years. So there is, of course, room for improvement, and of course, time, even though it's, of course, money, there is a lot of time, and in small time, there is many possibilities to reach this gap. Similarly, neighbor countries like Croatia and Bulgaria, they improved 15 percentage points in the last 3 years. Sorry. Here I present the 2 business life events. So it's the business startup and regular business operations. I don't focus so much on the citizen, but it was presented before from the Eurobarometer in the previous presentation. Of course, it's a bit more different, the results in our measurement, but business is one thing that I just want to put focus on the presentation, because you can see quite a difference, apart from Montenegro, in the other services provided under the 2 different life events in the other countries. So you can see that there is a gap of more or less 20 plus percentage points between business startup, which services are provided in plethora and online, compared to the regular business operations, that there are some gaps here for most of the countries, apart from Montenegro, that it's equal, the services. So the maturity for a business startup in Europe is 78. You can see the scores for the countries in the graph, and 76 is for the business operations, the regular business operations. So here I present the key dimensions of the e-government benchmark exercise. The key dimensions, I remind you, is user centricity, transparency, key enablers, and cross-border services. All countries perform better, of course, in the user centricity. The EU 27 plus average is 88. You can see that Western Balkans, they score a bit lower, but still it's the highest dimension for all of them. Transparency is one of the 2 indicators that the Western Balkans and also the average score of the EU 27 plus, it's the lowest. As presented before, it's 60 in Europe. And you can see the scores here for the rest of the countries. Serbia scores 45, highest than the rest. And the rest, they are around 30. Key enablers is one of the dimensions that most of the countries, they score well. It's the means that are used more in Serbia and Albania, as shown in the diagram. The average score in the 27 plus is 60. So you can see that Albania and Serbia, they are coping, they are there. Montenegro and Macedonia, North Macedonia, they are they are lagging behind, but compared to previous years, you can see that there is improvement, and hopefully in the coming years, there will be more improvement and they will catch up faster. One of the indicators that, as I said also beforehand, it's also Europe scores very low, it's the cross-border dimension, and it's the use of your EID, let's say, or actually the use of EID of foreign users in your countries and in another country. So at these dimensions, in this dimension, EU 27 plus in Europe scores 54, and the scores for Western Balkans is below 30. You can see the scores for Albania is 22, 26 for Montenegro, North Macedonia has 19, and Serbia 18. Below I provide a link to the visualization tool that has all the set of government indicators, and it will be quite interesting just to play with the tool, so you can compare also the performance between the Western Balkans and also the rest of the countries participating in the exercise. I will close the presentation by providing some observations, and it's not recommendations, it's like conclusions from how actually the scores can be improved. Until now, of course, it's quite evident from the scores and from the presentation where are these areas that Western Balkans, they have this plethora of room to improve. So to start, transparency, of course, can be improved, and it's one of the indicators of the dimensions that focus should be put. So people, they have free of voice, they can participate in the design of the service. They know they have a regular update of the service process, where the service is, in which phase. And of course, what is very important is to have transparency on the handling and the management of the personal data that we provide to public administration. So people, citizens, businesses, they have to be aware of which public administrations they manage, they handle their data, and how. Another point is the key enablers. Based on our measurements, EID, the feature of EID, the key enabler EID, is not so much used in the Balkan countries. It's one of the aspects that, of course, it can boost the score and the performance of Balkan countries. And it's not only the Balkan countries, the Western Balkan countries, but also in general Europe that has to focus on EID. Another point is the cross-border dimension. As we saw before, there are many barriers there because, as mentioned, people from foreign countries, they cannot use their EID, they cannot use their credentials when they log in service provided in Western Balkans. Of course, it is a suggestion, it is kind of a conclusion from our measurement, but it's not only an issue in the Western Balkans, it's something that happens in Europe. It's an issue that all the countries, they have to work, and they work towards its resolution. Focusing on the health life event, which is the latest that we added, it is very important to mention that people, they should have access to e-prescription, to have access to their medical records, and especially after the pandemic, it's something that it's very useful, it's very practical, it's actually important for users to have this access, and of course, it's an element that if it's improving in countries and Western Balkans, it's going to also boost the performance in this aspect. Last but not least, and it's related to the key enablers in the second bullet point above, in our measurements, in our analysis, we see that many services, public services in Western Balkans, they miss digital mailbox. The digital mailbox, of course, makes life of businesses and citizens easier in interacting with public administration, and of course, it increases the safety, the security, and of course, facilitates the communication of citizens and businesses with public administration without wasting time going there or having any paperwork to do. That was the end of my presentation. I hope that it was quite fruitful and informative for you. If you have any questions, you are more than welcome. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Stefanos, and give Stefanos a round of applause so that they can hear it until Brussels. So thank you so much, Stefanos, again. I think very rich, and I know that we have advanced quite well in our timing and in the agenda, so I think it would take us too long to discuss, and also maybe a bit logistically difficult to discuss with Stefanos on the other hand. There is one, I see Nicola's hand, so I think we can take one. Is it feedback, is it remark, is it question? You have the mic, cool. Shoot, Nicola.
Just one click on the microphone that it turns green. Yeah, perfect.
I can always invite you on stage.
Keep it short. Shortly. Yes. Okay, thank you. Nicola Nikolov, Ministry of Information Society and Administration, State Advisor for ICT. I will continue on Macedonian, so please, I will wait 2-3 seconds until you're ready. Окей. Конечно имаме можност за да видиме, значи, кое е нивото на дигитализацијата и да направиме една компарација помеѓу не само земите од Западен Балкан, туку и од земите во ЕУ. Тоа кое што изминатите години се фокусиравме да го направиме и го постигнавме во делот на дигитализацијата, поставувајќи ги тие клучни key enablers, овдека веќе се гледа и можеме да видиме дека нашето работење во делот на интероперабилити, поврзувањето на институциите, формирањето на Централниот регистар на население, како и овозможувањето на дигитален идентитет, каде повеќе даватели на доверливи услуги имаат можност да го проверат дигиталниот идентитет од една единствена база, конечно овозможува многу подобри сервиси. Ке се согласите, има уште многу за работа, но воспоставувањето на дигиталниот идентитет е една од основите на која практично можеме понатаму за да продолжиме. Многу е добро, значи, тоа што ги гледаме резултатите, тоа што може за да ајде така да кажам, лесно да увидиме во која насока треба да одиме и препораките кои што беа дадени практично се дел од нашите планови за продолжување на делот на дигитализацијата. Само ќе спомнам, значи транспарентноста практично може да биде да ја гледаме како дефолт при креирањето на сите нови системи. Значи да не биде тоа транспарентност на повик, да не биде тоа транспарентност на барања од невладиниот сектор и од институциите, него да биде транспарентност вградена во самите системи, каде во реално време транспарентност секој ќе знае што се случува. Пример да кажеме, при аплицирањето на некој сервис, вие немате потреба за да прашувате до каде е мојата услуга, него паралелно за да знаете во кој момент каде се наоѓа предметот и до каде е самата постапка, а од друга страна статистиките да бидат објавени. Значи секој да знае колку предмети во моментот се работат и колку барања чекаат, односно колку барања биле отфрлени или биле одобрени, така да реални податоци во реално време за максимална транспарентност. Воспоставувањето на EID исто така нели беше наведено како едно од клучните приоритети. Тоа што го направивме со Mastercard само направи да практично се бустираат нашите домашни компании, па сме среќни што имаме двајца даватели на доверливи услуги за верификација на дигиталниот идентитет во реално време кај нас, така да верувам дека тоа исто ќе направи бустери на страната на самите услуги, при што ќе овозможиме да во реално време некој подпишува документи, а во фокусот на тоа кое што викаме за мейлбоксови и во фокусот на идентификација во реално време е нешто кое што го следиме, односно нешто кое што веќе во Европа се случува и ги имаме тие digital wallets со eIDAS 2.0, така да тоа е нешто кое што го планираме и се надевам дека, можеби во нареднава година дена, конечно ќе имаме можност да го видиме во реална употреба за граѓаните, пред се водено од Централниот регистар на население како главниот регистар за идентитетот. За крај, само можам за да кажам честитки за успешната конференција и од моја страна, нели? Така и поздрав до организаторот, до Сигма и до ОЕЦД. Ви благодарам.
Thank you so much, Nicola, for this on-the-spot feedback. Before handing over into the skillful hands of Stefan, allow me to join Nicola in thanking our partners and friends in RESPA, because I might not have the occasion to do this on stage. So many thanks, Maya, and I think the great team of RESPA friends, who have made all of this possible. I know we are not at the end, but nevertheless, many thanks, Maya, many thanks, RESPA friends. It's really a pleasure to collaborate together, and I think it really shows and demonstrates our really mutual strengthening forces. So many thanks, Maya, many thanks, RESPA friends and teams. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And thanks to you, Nick, and also to OECD Sigma. Also your contributions, your efforts in this conference made it a success. What I'm not going to do is to do a summary right now. I think you have catched up key ideas from the different panels, but I would like to once again congratulate our winners and the specially recognized projects. I had the chance during the lunch break to talk to some winning teams, to some participants there. And it was amazing how much pride and proud they had receiving this prize. I think right now we have really the right ambassadors that are going to promote cooperation and collaboration in the region. So we have lighthouses, so that will somehow bring light across different borders, between different institutions, and that's great. And you're going to meet once again to discuss the way forward in the community of practice. And just one reminder, so we heard that each of the project has so much potential to be transferred, to be replicated, to be scaled up. So right now, I would like to see your commitment, dear colleagues, to really have a closer look at these projects and think about what little idea or which project approach can we really pick up and transfer that to our public administration or to our context. So that is the commitment which I would like to get from you at the very end, at least to be curious and to look at the different documentations of the projects. So we heard so much about cooperation, collaboration, trust is needed, good cooperation needs active listening. And you were listening all day long. So that's great. So that's the starting point for a good cooperation. Sometimes cooperation also just needs a glass of wine or a coffee. And that's why we invite you to have a glass of wine and some delicious snacks also this evening at 8 o'clock. So we will be in the Sky Lounge, which you find here on the 6th floor. And then we have another chance to increase or to enlarge the cooperation here among participants. So RESPA was already mentioned as the key success factor of this conference together with OECD Sigma. Once again, to all the different colleagues working in the background. So preparing the agenda, inviting all the participants, and made it happen within a short time frame. I think they really deserved a round of applause. Thank you very much to the organizing team. And so I was amazed that all the Zoom links and all this technology worked out very well. Also, thank you very much to our technical team and to our team of interpreters. And now we not call it a day, but we call it a successful ministerial conference. Thank you very much for being around. We see each other in 3 hours here in the Sky Lobby for further cooperation and exchange. Thank you so much.